is not good health-wise. I've been saying it time with our members.
Now, Africans, listen to learn. Listen and reason with your brains, your common sense, not your emotions. Alright? Who owns Catholic? Italians, Europeans. Who owns Anglican? England, Europeans. Who owns Pentecostal? USA, America. Who owns Islam? Arabics. All these religions are not owned by African or invented by any African country or ancestors, state or country. Listen, or people. Listen, Africa. Then, African Christians, where do you go for pilgrimage? Israel. Right? African Islam, where do you go for pilgrimage? Saudi Arabia. No foreign country comes pilgrimage in Africa for anything. Listen, Africans. In Africa, what do we celebrate every year? Easter, European culture. Christmas, European culture. Ramadan, Arabic culture. Chinese New Year, Chinese culture. Africa, what event in Africa does the world respect and celebrate? None. Before we have our new moon festival is dead. Before we have our worldwide yam festival is dead. African, listen, so you understand why you are very weak, why you are the lowest race on the planet right now, why nobody respects you. Okay? Now, Africans, we answer John, we answer Paul, we answer Peter, we answer Josh, we answer Philip, we answer we answer Grace, we answer Peace. These are European English names and European names derived from the Bible. Alright? Africa, which country, which foreign country answers African name? Which foreign country give their kids African name like Emeka, Toyinka, Mugabe, Malema, Mandela, Kagame, nobody. Nobody. Africa, listen. Now, in Africa, we speak same language I'm speaking right now, English. We speak English, French, Spanish, Portuguese. Now, these are foreign language. Arabics, these are foreign language. Which country in Africa, in the world, speak African languages? Which country in the world speak Igbo, Hausa, Yoruba, Zulu, Swahili? Do you know in the whole Africa, the most spoken language is Swahili? Swahili is supposed to be the official language in Africa, but we are speaking the language given to us by our oppressors. Africans, listen, because when I'm talking like this, you guys think I'm just talking out of ignorance. Anything I present to you on the media, on the internet, it's facts. I don't do with theories like in your Bible. Listen, Africa, and wake up. Africa, why are we the only race that destroy our own and embrace the ones of our oppressors? Why are we the only race that destroy our own and embrace the ones of our oppressors? As an African, you see your fellow African doing African spirituality and traditions as evil, but you call the ones invented by your oppressors, by your European masters, slave masters, you call it original and real, but your own spirituality you say is evil. Africa, listen. Italians did not invest in Ferrari companies in Africa, Lamborghini, Aston Martin, Pentagon in Africa. No, but they invented Catholic in Africa. All right. Arabs didn't invent any factories in Africa, but they invented Islam in Africa. Same with America, same with England. Okay, do you know every month there is number of percentage of financial support money that goes to Rome and England through Anglican and Catholic in Africa? Imagine we are giving Italy, we are helping Europe to become rich through religion. And after you cry that slavery, this one. Africans, why you don't reason with your brain to learn? Why can't you wake up? We are the only race that answers other people's name, language, food, culture, and education. The European community paid a huge sum of money to cancel the history of European genocide and Holocaust in Africa. If any African know the history of Belgium in Congo, history of British in Ghana, Nigeria, history of America in Liberia, history of Europeans that gave you religion, names, culture, education. If you know the history, none of you will go to that country to play for them as a football player, as a sports player, work for them in their countries. If you understand the history of what these people did. But today, I can never see a German youth calling Adolf Hitler evil. Adolf Hitler killed millions of people on earth. I can never see a German youth calling their Nazist ancestors evil. I have never seen an American youth calling their American ancestors that killed the Red Indians, the original Americans, the Cherokees, the Mohicans, that killed them to take their land. I have never seen them calling their ancestors evil. I have never seen a Belgian that the king of Belgium murdered almost 70 million Congo. I've never seen a Belgian youth calling their ancestors evil. I have never seen a British youth calling their ancestors evil. In fact, I have never seen an Arabic youth calling their ancestors evil or casting and biting their ancestors. But Africa is the one that casts and bites their innocent ancestors that never invaded any land, destroyed any people, took people, wives and children, raped boys and girls. Africa, do you know both Islam and Christianity was forced on Africans? Do you know? This religion was forced to Africans to accept. Anything that was forced into your life is not real, it's control. Religion is control, mental brainwash, theories, fictions, illusions, faith, believing in things that you don't know that exist, believing in things and hoping in things that doesn't exist. Do you know how the missionary came to Africans? You don't know. Do you know the modern Egyptians, Algerians, Moroccans, Tunisians are not real Africans? Don't you know the place the modern Egyptian, the modern Arabs in Africa are staying is not their own? They invaded and chased the black Africans away and took the land. Do you know in the Bible, the only two countries in Africa mentioned were Egypt and Ethiopia? Ethiopia was about the Queen of Sheba, and Egypt was where they destroy African country. They call Egypt evil. They use Egypt for evil example for all sorts of bad things in the Bible. That they enslaved Israel. This one. Do you know Israel came in existence in 1948? Before that, Israel were Palestinians. Do you know Israel came out of Palestinians? Do you know Africans? How can a country that is less than 100 years be enslaved in Egypt for 400 years and you believe this? You don't reason Africans. Egypt is the first country in the world to be civilized. The Roman Empire, the Rome architectural plans, the Greek Athens architectural plans, we are derived from Egyptians, from the real African Egyptians. They are black. They are black. They are not white. They are not yellow. They are black. Egypt is the first country on earth to be civilized. Egypt is the first country on earth to have light. Egypt is the first country on earth to build story buildings without cement. Egypt is the first country on earth to have power of leadership. Egypt represents wealth, light, power, respect, love, creation. But today, African Christians are praying, the Egyptians I see today, I shall see no more. Because of what they told you in the Bible that never existed. There is no record of Israelites being in Egypt for 400 years. All these are fictions and illusions. Because Israel only existed in the year 1948. I guess so. Yes. Go and look it up. So tell me, why are you guys being brainwashed up till now? You don't want to research, self-aware, and wake up from religious mental slavery. This is how they control you. If you want to get a people, you take away their language, their culture, their traditions, their names, and their food. They are gone. This is what happened in Africa right now. As an African, I cannot marry someone from Guinea, someone from Senegal, someone from Mali, because I'm not Christian, I'm not Islam. I have to turn to Islam to marry a woman from Africa. I have to become a Christian to marry a woman from Nigeria, from Ghana, because I'm not a Christian. Maybe I'm Islam, I'm a Christian. I don't have religion, I'm evil. Do you know it was the Moors from Morocco that taught the Europeans how to take a bath, how to shower? The Moors civilized the Europeans. Don't you guys know? You guys know the country that destroyed Africa? Portugal, Belgium, England, Spanish, USA. These are countries we accepted as friends. They came and sabotaged us through our weak and wicked ones. Because in every set of people, there will be a bad person. That does not mean we call our ancestors evil. Are you alright? Did our ancestors kill any people? Did our ancestors invade any land and destroy people? Can't you wake up, Africans, and know who you are? Stop practicing European religion, European culture, European tradition. Stop doing white wedding. Do our African traditional wedding. Is enough. Emancipate yourself from mental slavery, Africans.
Kaije, kunitenu kaije. Kaije, kunitenu kaije. Kaije, kunitenu kaije. Hey ya, kaije. Hey ya, kaije. Hey ya, kaije. Hey ya, Umu Biafra kunitenu. Kunitenu kaije. Umu Biafra kunitenu. Umu Biafra kunitenu. Biafra kunitenu. Nja useme wanyalu. Kunitenu kaije. Oli amara wanisi. Kunitenu kaije. Umu Biafra kunitenu. Biafra kunitenu kaije.
Ejawala me kwampo. And if I jump any zoo soldier, he go hear them. Say you know, I get a juku bucket, yo. Oh nah, you get it gun, I get rocket, yo. Oh nah nah. I think some babura rogo. Umu Biafra, I don't know. We be the true blood of Israel. They be the bloody Philistines. So we go take them one by one, and then go run. Baby, always saying a zoo, and you get when married. No negotiation, yo. Everybody let's stand attention, yo. No violence, no resolution, yo. To hell with amalgamation, yo. Fighting for our right, brother, it's not a crime, Biafra is our right, Make gonna give us a Biafra. We are Biafrans, lovers of freedom. We a nation, no contemplation. Pull the trigger, shoot down the weapon. Shake that, give me the fire gas machine gun. No more Nigeria, no more Sioux soldier for my area. Okereke, I the best fire way I be okereke. The lock up full they carry they feel like okereke. Anything I made, they go want to pass okereke. We don't want negotiation, we want tabakeleke. Shekeleke, obikeleke. All we want is para HAUSA-SERVICE. No castigation, the our nation. My people let us go.
Apagoji, I come back again. Original Biafra me I come. See me a blessed land me I want. A Babylon, them I wanna push under. Almighty Jah, your children them a cry. Plenty men every day them a die. A wicked nation, them I know they try. I get a gospel, me I know they lie.
Egala isokondi bokaite. Ibibio ikwere bu mu Biafra.
Anang ijopuku muchukwu ayama. If it all go to come together.
Yeah, I got pair nail one day I walk and whining. You when they were men, my the people are crying. Care you know me, all the gonna move me strong man should stand man do not need me kuje. Urobo isoko egala yana one day I idoma. We ain't scared of war. I got go behind a goma. No ha ho ha. We are coming for our rights, that's why we the fight.
As a real Biafra, nefunya mebe. Tabukala shini, repela bre, acting bad, dili good, the wa to dili cool, son of Masai, one get you. Boom, 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 gonna does it. Run, Kavana Mazi. Time for peace no more. This is time for war.
See, and this is when give me more Biafra. Make we the go, say Bazo, make we the go. Say Nigeria, maybe la hills. Anya, no you lawyer, let's go. All your must get set, let's go. The number, unu nano, unu rahu. All we need now go to you. Liver, very soon, when haga no daya, okwa vum vum haga mana yeka ha, and I Washington I hear Sula, Walumi to Colondibo Nandi Awosaka, Bonda she, it's in Welewayo, Kuaria and one is in Welewayo, on the woman who won on the Remere, Lepumgebu, one them gebe.
Oh, yaga, yo, can't follow this all the public. Me a rasta man a compact, hebelebe, I pass up me way, when me turn the microphone, no one will be anule, me tell them I said them. Man no pause when me man a kill people. In a big to me one get to AIJ. Kanganu. My body done the hot yo. As if we win we move. If you put her a shoot aside yo, Ngabagi Nga do kwagi chon. Cause I'm a fool from the mind.
Silence. Welcome, Biafra, there's a new land. Where the haters at? Tell me. I shoot them down. Never fire the king, cause we're the lions. Staying in the jungle, yeah, we'll rule. Every time we step into the spotlight, we kill. Biafra, king of the world, yeah, the king suspect.
Alright, now you know what we here for. We used to want peace, but now we want war. I was suffering and if I will kill them. I will kill them. Moge be digga for your barrier, do for death, man, no be dog and near boom boom everywhere. My brother can't stop, bang anywhere, and the killing can't stop.
This is a final warning to you all. And as for those who are holding our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, release him now or Somalia will be a paradise to Nigeria.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, great Biafrans and lovers of freedom. This is Radio Biafra HAUSA-SERVICE coming to you through Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi Chinedu from Olu province of Biafra London. Today is the 4th day of August 2023. Tata Bobo Cheke Ketera Ihoma. Our leader is Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, who is still in the enemy dungeon. Do not forget that the Nigeria Appeal Court has released him, given a verdict that he should be discharged and acquitted. But up till now, the Nigerian government is still holding him. Because Nigeria is an irresponsible country. But we must continue. And we have also Mazi Chinedu as the head of the Directorate of Deaths of the Indigenous People of Biafra. His name is Mazi Chinedu. Therefore, we must continue. IPOB remains one family. IPOB is a freedom fighting outfit. We are requesting, all we are requesting is a referendum. By peaceful means. A referendum to determine whether majority of us accept to be Biafrans or Nigerians. Very simple. That is self-determination. It is never a crime. But the Nigerian government, the caliphate, the Sokoto Caliphate, insinuates that the call for self-determination is a call for war. A call for referendum is a call for war. How do you say that? How do you say that? Today, I will be hosting some coordinators, West African representative, and some other coordinators. I'm waiting for them to join in so that they can take over the platform. And do not forget, tomorrow, being Saturday, I will be hosting Mazi Chinedu, who will address Biafrans in an interactive session. If you have a question, please write it down for tomorrow, because tomorrow it will be exclusively mostly for questions, please. Not thanking, no. I've been saying it. Oh, this is not a place where we thank or radio ekele kelerem. I could remember when during Ogaiwo Makaina Oge Kele na radio, IBS, later IBC, Imo Broadcasting Service and Imo Broadcasting Corporation later on. Eun Oge Kele Kelerem Mazionia. No. This is a revolutionary radio where we come with reason, where we bring a dose of our common sense in order to listen and to talk into. Not a place where you try to listen to what suits you. This is not a place for entertainment. This is not a place for, doing comedy, performing comedy, or content creation. No, making you happy. No. This is a place where bitter pills are dished out. But the fortunate thing is that all those bitter pills, they heal. That is what heals. Because we have been undergoing through this very sweet talk. Oh, black is beautiful. Everything is okay. Oh, pray for your rulers. And this and that. No. We are tired of. And the more we continue in that way, the more miserable we become as a people. Today, things are changing. Revolutions are catching in Africa. And rightfully so. From the grassroots. Because, let me tell you, for some people that are mistaken in their thinking, revolutions or changes can never start from the top. From the people that are, revolutions never start from people that are benefiting from the status quo, from the miserability of the people. It's impossible. It is the people that are suffering, that always start revolution. You understand? It is always people that are suffering that comes and starts this revolution. You understand me? So, just hold on. Let me try to see whether to bring these people. I think it is time they are trying to come in. Let me see. We must continue what we are doing. Just hold on, please. Do not go away. I will be right back in a jiffy, please. I will be there. I'll be right back in a jiffy. Do not go away.
Kunitenu kaije, kunitenu kaije, kunitenu kaije, hey ya, Umu Biafra kunitenu, kunitenu. Umu Biafra kunitenu. Yazala. Umu Biafra kunitenu. Biafra kunitenu. Nja useme wanyalu. Kunitenu. Oli amara wanisi. Kunitenu. Umu Biafra kunitenu. Biafra kunitenu.
Ejawala me kwampo. And if I jump any zoo soldier, in go here mo. Say you know, I get to do bucket yo. Oh na, you get it gonna get rocket yo. Oh na na.
Akia samba bura rogo. Umu Biafra kai kwadono. We be the true blood of Israel. They be the bloody Philistines. So we go take them one by one, and then go run. We always sing in a zoo, and you go and marry.
No negotiation, you. Everybody let's stand attention, you. No violence, no resolution, you. To hell with amalgamation, you. Fighting for our right, brother, is not a crime. Biafra is our right, make gonna give us a Biafra.
We are Biafrans, lovers of freedom. We a nation, no contemplation. Pull the trigger, shoot down the war plan. Shake that, give me the fighters machine gun. No more Nigeria, no more Sioux soldier for my area.
Okereke, I the best fire way I be okereke. The lock up full and they carry the feel like okereke. Anything I made, they go want to pass okereke. We don't want negotiation, we want tabakeleke. Shekeleke, obikeleke. All we want is para HAUSA-SERVICE. No castigation, we for our nation. My people let us go.
Apagoji, I come back again. Original Biafra me I come. See me a blessed land me I want. My Babylon, them I wanna push under. Almighty Jah, yeah, children them I cry. Plenty men every day them I die. A wicked nation, them I know they try. I get a gospel, me I know they lie.
Egala isoko ndi Igbo kaite. Ibibio ikwere bu mu Biafra. Anang ijopuku mu chukwu abịama. Efik Ogota come together.
Yeah, I got pair nail one day I walk and whining. You when they were men, my the people are crying. Care you know me, all the gonna move me strong men should stand man din on me kuje. Urobo isoko egala yana one day I idoma. We ain't scared of war.
Welcome back. This is Radio Biafra HAUSA-SERVICE coming to you through Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi Chinedu from Alo province of Biafra land. We are here live and direct, and today is the 4th day of August 2023. Tata Bobo JK in our own calendar. Therefore, I welcome each and every one of you. Today, I'll be joined by the West African representative with some coordinators in order to speak to Biafrans. But before that, I just want to take just a few minutes in order to talk on something. There is one news headline that said, give Southeast region one more ministerial slot. HAUSA-SERVICE urges Chinedu. Do you see how miserable and how demented these people has become? They have become laughing stock. Now they are begging for even ministerial slots. One more ministerial slot. HAUSA-SERVICE begs Chinedu. But somebody should ask them, and we continue asking them this question. Where is Igbo presidency 2023? What they use, the excuse they use, that in order to kill us as a people, they slaughtered our people. They made sure to terrorize us, rendition our leader for Igbo presidency, because they believe that they told them that, look, do you people need the Igbo presidency? Do you want to be president? 2023 to be slaughtered to you? Because in Nigeria it is slaughtering. It is not by merit, it is by slaughter. I saw one place where somebody wrote, he said, after all, Chinedu didn't promise nobody. He didn't promise Nigerians anything. He said just simply it is in stone. And it's correct. It's in stone. So it's Chinedu's stone. He didn't promise to do anything. So anything he want, if he actually is right. Because he didn't even campaign. Many times they invited him on media chat in order to talk about his campaign, what he will do for Nigerians. He snubbed them. He didn't talk. He didn't even come. Peter Obi onye na-agba shaka na ya ga here ya kwuo ya ga here kwuo hey o mekwere nke ọwụkwa ọ ga-rescue Nigeria from here aha na amụ ya amụ. Tinubu said it is my turn and it is his turn. He got it. That is it. Those that killed our people, those that leaked their asses in order to be given Igbo presidency, today they are begging for senatorial slots. Do you see how miserable they have become? They have become laughing stock in Nigeria. They are nothing. But we continue asking them this question. Where is the Igbo presidency? Which everybody was shouting because our people act with sentiment. You know, our people always act with sentiment. That is one of our highest weak points, and that is why we are penetrated with religion. I'm telling you honestly, because it goes with sentiment. Before you know, like this, give feel that in another dimension. Whereas just simple sentiment and emotion, nothing more. Nothing more. The same way reggae man yang chahana ganja ya tinyere nkwa ya ngo ya odiaka it's the same thing. The same way Hindu ha charge ya in their monastery, ha charge ya they do yoga, they charge ha nwere ike iji aka tiaki. That is the same thing. So there is nothing extraordinary from others. It's just sentiment. We are highly sentimental, and that is why we forget very quick, very fast. 15 minutes we have forgotten. Where is Igbo presidency 2023? That is a question that wherever you meet all these politicians, Igbo politicians, please ask them, where is Igbo presidency 2023? What of Atoeze that brought Buhari during the campaign? That Buhari is the only person that can give Igbo's presidency. Whereas all of them, they have switched back into their shells. Tomorrow they will come out and you people will be clapping for them. Now it is our turn, because they know that you are highly sentimental. The same way, and the same way dog. I have a dog. The same way they are always sentimental. That is the same thing. The same thing. Nothing. If you travel out and come back and you meet your dog can be even to meet you, he can be dancing around, exhibiting different absurd characters because he's excited. Don't worry, that is the same way our people behave. People that are not mentally strong, they are being carried away by sentiments. That is why they forget easily. Ask them, where is Igbo presidency 2023? I will continue, as long as I'm in this hallowed platform, I will continue reminding our people to be asking these questions to the Igbo politicians. Because because of Igbo presidency, they went and planned, contributed money and efforts, and renditioned or kidnapped Mazi Nnamdi Kanu from Kenya. I am telling you honestly, it's done by Igbo politicians. Today, many of them are regretting, including Ojo Zokalo. We know. We are hearing things they are whispering even in their toilet. We hear it. We are IPOB. As I used to say, their children and their wives are they like what IPOB is doing. So they report on their husbands and their fathers. I am telling you honestly. They report. They give IPOB reports on what their father and their husbands are doing and thinking and saying in their privacies. That is it. So we must continue. Without taking much time any longer, we hand over. Let me see. I will hand over the microphone to Mazi Onyuku, who is I think he corrected me the other day. He's the deputy West African representative and the Zoo national coordinator. So I hand over to you, Mazi. Welcome to the program. Please, the platform is yours. Any person that is not speaking, please, he should mute his phone. He should mute. There, Mazi. Please go on.
Thank you, Mazi Jonathan. God bless you. I appreciate you. We Biafrans, we appreciate the work you're doing, and we want to tell you to continue, because the greatest reward for this work is that you will see Biafra. I appreciate everyone here tonight. My name remains Jesse I. Onyoko. Jesse I. Onyoko is a trained philosopher, a public speaker, a leadership coach. I'm an agitator, and I'm a gospel preacher. There are so many other things that I found myself doing as Elohim will have it. I want to begin by appreciating our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the greatest man alive. I say he's the greatest black man alive, but I begin to change my thinking, my postulations, because by all standard in every calculation, you will find out that one of the greatest human beings still breathing on the surface of the earth today is that great man, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the man that lives for others, the man that doesn't think much about himself. That's a man that will emulate to eternity. In Biafra, we will idolize him. Today, a lot of deceived religious people are bowing to the ancestors of Europeans, spirified, murderers. They are bowing to them. But to have a man who is worthy to be followed, the greatest example we have ever seen in black race in contemporary times. So Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is a great man. And Biafrans have come to tell you in every sense of boldness that our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, will soon be with us. I want to appreciate our leaders. There are so many leaders here who have kept this wheel rolling in his absence. Mazi Chinedu, you don't have any part two. Mazi Nzurumike, I appreciate you for making this possible, and I appreciate HOD for allowing my voice to be heard on this holy platform. All the members of the DOS, you guys have no equal. I appreciate all of you. May the Lord bless you. Lolo Uchechi, our leader's wife, we love and appreciate you. Everybody that is doing one thing or the other, in the open, in the secret, we love you. Please, Adanamba, don't be tired, don't be weary. Keep marching. Elohim will bless you and reward you. Many don't understand that Biafran agitation is more spiritual than physical. So many people don't know that God is interested in the freedom of his people. The Bible said that it is the will of God to give you the kingdom. So anywhere you talk about freedom, anywhere you talk about liberating the people of God, you are touching the heartbeat of God. That is why we do what we do without looking back, despite all obstacles. Well, there's nothing the zoo has not done, and yet we have refused to stop, and we will not stop. And there's no going back. It is Biafra or Biafra. The only thing that will stop the agitation is referendum. And I really don't pity for the West and for their slaves in Africa who take indulgence in putting people down, because the world is changing. The only thing that is constant in life is change. God is the mover. He's the unchangeable changer. He is change himself. Everything he has created changes. Ecclesiastes said that change and time happiness today. So everything we witness change. Change has come in Africa. If you can't see it, then you're blind. You can't think critically. Very soon, the West will be begging to come to Africa. The West will be on their knees to buy. When you keep doing evil, it has reproductive effects. When you continue doing evil, a time will come, you have no face to even beg for forgiveness. That is where UK, France, America, and all of them are heading to when it comes to Africa. But that is not what I want to discuss tonight. Last week I was talking about I talked about sheepfold and the sheep. Today, I want to talk about discipleship. Who is a disciple? Discipleship and mentorship. If time does not allow me to go into mentorship, we'll take it up another day. So tonight, I want to look at discipleship. Who is a disciple? What does it mean to be a disciple? What is expected of a disciple? Is this just a claim or a tag or a title that people bear? I'm a disciple. Have you been discipled? What are the prerequisites for discipling? And how do we know genuine disciples? Because there are so many fake out there. Everything that has original has greater proportion of counterfeit. The Bible makes us understand that the Lucifer, Satan, that makes himself like the child of light. He camouflages everything. That is why there are more infiltrators today in the house than the original people. You permit me to take my text from the Bible. If you tell me you hate the Bible, I will agree with you. There are so many evil in the Bible against the black. I say it without fear. Quote me anywhere. One of the chains they used to tie us down is the Bible and Quran. And we are going to use it as well to liberate our people. If the West, if the foreigners had not brought religion, I'm not sure they would have had the kind of grip they have on us. So let us, those of us that toyed that part, let's equally use the Bible, the religious things to approach our people and see how we can get them liberated. Our assignment is simple, to free every chained black man. I told some people a while ago that my generation will liberate Africa. This Mazi Nnamdi Kanu generation will free the black race. Al-Singavi, the likes of them, did all they could in their own time. Yet more people loved, so many people were happy being slaves than to be free. In this our time, we will not stop. Since they use religion to tie us, we will use religion to let the people see light. My assignment is simple, to let people see light. The light in the gospel, that light they claim that they use to put us in bondage, we're going to bring it to closer to us, and we'll use it to see the chains on our leg and use the same gospel to remove those chains. That is my assignment. So my assignment is both spiritual and physical. The two goes in pari passu. So tonight I take my text from the Bible. You permit me. Allow me to use the Bible to talk to you. Because a time is coming when in no distant time is coming when everybody will know the truth. They will no longer read the Bible the way they put it to us. They will come, we involve our own. In Biafra, I am sure we're going to write our own. This Bible that we will read now, written by the Catholic Church, is a product, something designed to suit the West, to suit the Roman Empire, to suit the Greek methodology and everything they've done to steal from us. And they're still using it today. Many of our pastors are still using it to tighten our chain of bondage. But I know you'll be freed. Because he said that if Yeshua shall make you free, you shall be free indeed. In John chapter 8, verse 31, and it says, and Jesus said to those Jews which believed on him, if you continue in my word, then are ye my disciples indeed. Because there are some who are disciples, but are not disciples indeed. A lot of people are claiming to be disciples. So who are disciples indeed is what I want to look at. Who are those people who are true disciples? And what makes you a true disciple? Those are things we want to bother about, concern ourselves with in this discourse. Because we are meant to understand that many are called, but few are chosen. I'm praying that we will be one of those people that God will be proud of. So tonight, who is a disciple? What does it mean to be a disciple? In this organization where we found ourselves, in IPOB, every member, everybody in IPOB is a disciple of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. If you don't like Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, you're not an IPOB member, you cannot be. If you don't agree with Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, you can't be a disciple. He established IPOB anywhere in the world. I'm talking about IPOB members. I'm not talking about infiltrators. Today we have different organizations claiming to be IPOB, but they are not. IPOB has only one root, one family tree. From Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to the DOS, it doesn't have two branches. From Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, that is the organogram. DOS. Some people come on air to come and tell us what IPOB is, what they know nothing about. If you're a lawyer, please concentrate on legal matters. Don't delve into the structure of IPOB. You know nothing about IPOB. If a Jumako can come on air now and show me his receipt, let him come and show us a receipt as a member of IPOB. Members of IPOB pay dues. Let him bring only 6 months receipt and show us. So to come and talk about the structure, no, you're making a mistake. Please concentrate. IPOB has a structure. That structure cannot be altered forever. This organization will outlive all of us. IPOB will outlive Biafra. Mark my words. You and I will die. IPOB will remain. Because nobody can wipe out our race. It's not possible. And it will never happen. Now, if for you to come and start talking about the structure of IPOB and you are not a member, where is your unit? Where do you belong? You see people that have never been a unit member anywhere in IPOB. They've never served anywhere. They come and claim that they are leading one group. They are leader. They are wanting another. It doesn't work that way. And this nonsense has to stop. This stupidity and this foolishness must come to an end. Everybody mind your business. I said it last time. If you think you're popular, you want to do anything Biafra, go ahead. Float your own organization. Go and test your popularity. Onwazurike was there doing well before Mazi and Kanu came out to give us what we have today. Now that you think you are popular, the Zoom media is hyping you. Go and test the popularity. Go and float your own organization. So who is a disciple? That's the first question. How do we get discipled? A disciple must be a convert, a genuine convert. He must have genuine conversion. A disciple. Every disciple must be a learner that learns from the feet of the master. If you don't learn, if you've never learned from Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, you are never an IPOB member, except you have learned from people he has tutored. Fine. Every disciple must be a pupil, must be an ardent believer, ardent follower, an apostle of a belief. Every disciple is an imitator of a leader, not imitating to confuse others. Not those that carry Mazi's picture, father to son, and they brought some silly stuff where they are pouring them oil. Where did they pour you the oil? In which unit? Where are you inducted? Where have you served to start with? Every disciple is an apprentice. You can't have a double portion of a master you never served. Elisha had a double portion of Elijah because he served and he stayed to the end. Elijah tried to distract him. Elijah tried to discourage him. He said, you wait here. I have a greater assignment. I'm moving to so. He said, look, my master, anywhere you go, I'm following you. He followed him. He crossed the Jordan and he followed him and crossed the Jordan. Disciples are the people that follow all the way. Look at all these people making noise in social media. They just arrested our leader and they are off. They are on their own. And you say you're a disciple. No, you're not a true disciple. You got infatuated. You know, then when we were young, we were told there was a difference between love and infatuation. And we used to argue. Once you can't sleep, you're thinking about a girl. You sleep with her picture. You put her picture on your pillow. You think you're in love. So much later, when we grow older, we'll now discover that those things weren't love. They were mere infatuation. There are many of you call yourself disciples of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. You are not. When the chiefs are down, where are you? What do you now say today? You are telling people who are not sure. Are you sure this thing will happen? And you say you are a disciple. Disciples are devout. They are devotees of a teacher, of a master. Are you devoted? Are you devoted to the cause of this struggle? Because you don't see our leader now, you don't pay your dues again. So even after meeting has become tug of war. They now remind you, you are not discouraging others. You are not a disciple. Go and take your ways. A disciple is a servant. Do you serve? You see all these people that are so arrogant, they don't like to take instruction from anybody, they are too rude, they are too big to be giving others. You are not a disciple. Every disciple is a yes sir, yes ma'am. It doesn't matter who get back to you. Your academic qualification is inconsequential. If you can't take orders from your leaders, you are not a disciple. Every disciple is a fanatic. Nothing changes their belief and their thinking. Somebody told me, Mazi, the way things are now, it's not important where you belong, whether DOS or auto. I say, are you drunk? Are you sick? Are you silly? There's something called autopilot in IPOB. Anybody that use that phrase around you is an infiltrator. Bible call them thieves. They enter through the window. Everybody that passed through the door is DOS. If you didn't pass through that door, then you are not an IPOB member. You could be a lawyer, be anything you like. IPOB could hire you for any services, good and fine. If you are not if you don't obey the DOS, if you don't believe that anything DOS says is final, if you don't believe that anything DOS says is right, you're not part of the structure. Because you don't know who they are, go and find out. I talked about it last time. The likes of Abide, these men in their class, go and check them out one by one. They are men of honest report. They are not men that go around defrauding people. They are not men with multiple identities. So those people that have different camouflage claim what they are not. Dubious people that can call themselves lawyer. They never study lawyer, let alone go into law school. They can claim anything that they are not. That's how you know criminals. Go and check the people that lead IPOB. They are honest men, focused men, not men with a questionable character. A disciple is a supporter, an ardent supporter of the cause. Rain or sorrow, they follow. A disciple is a worshipper, a true worshipper. A disciple is a fan. Is someone who adheres to particular instructions or teachings. Disciples follow rules and protocol. All those people that you cannot tell, do this, they will do. They're not disciples. Because one was singing some praises in the past, maybe Onion got carried away and thought he's part of us. And if he say, okay, give him a slot to go and speak in Radio Biafra. He got there, they say, hey, young man, this place here, we are cultured. There are rules, there are principles, there are ways they do things. Come and sign that you follow our rules. He said, no, it's too big to be controlled. Has it served anywhere before? The answer is no. Which unit does it belong? So such people cannot be disciples. I'm a disciple of Nnamdi. Those are claims, cheap, empty claims. Discipleship is by practice. Where have you served? Many of us have served. I don't think that anybody here now that is the national coordinator must have served in the unit, serve in the zones, serve in local government, serve in district, serve in region, serve in state, serve in a region to national before they get to that level. You don't just wake up and get to the top. It's not done that way, even before God. I've said before that anything that is godly must be orderly. Bible said that precept upon precept, a little here, a little there. That's the way God does his own things. That they're saying that the way up is down. That's what is called low high. You don't start from the top. It's not possible. And nobody does that. There are certain characteristics that our disciples are known with. They are distinguished. They are true followers. You don't see disciples speak ill of their master. When you have started speaking against your master, you have derailed. You have lost your bishopry. When Judas lost it, it was given to somebody else. Judas was one of them. Judas did miracle in his name. In Matthew chapter 10, when Jesus sent out the 70, Judas was one of them that healed the sick. But at that point, he lost it. I don't know if you have lost yours. You can run back to the altar of IPOB. That altar has the bold inscription of DOS on it. If you are not loyal to that altar, you are an infiltrator, you are fake, you are not original. Disciples are original in everything they do. These disciples are passionate. They are very enthusiastic. There are some of you now, nothing is happening around you again because your enthusiasm has died. You have lost your first love. Now, what are the characteristics of disciples? One, they must have this sense of addiction. They are addicted to their master. That's why you see us. You can listen to Mazi's teaching 100 times. Everything he ever said is a classic to our ear. It's ever new and fresh. We are addicted to him. We are addicted to his ways. We are addicted to his philosophies. We are addicted to his instructions. He has laid down a certain procedure. Mazi told you anything do says goes. Anything Chinedu says goes. Yes, you can tell me he's mortal. He can make mistake. Fine, even if you make mistake, the mistakes are allowed. Let all of us make mistake. If Mazi Nnamdi has made a mistake, I want to be part of that mistake. And I want to continue to make such mistakes. If he has made mistake to ask for freedom, I want to be part of the mistake. If he has made mistake to say, control your resources, if he has made mistake that you deserve good life, I want to be part of it. If he has made mistake to say, know who you are, if you go to ask random, you say, man, know that self. It's an ancient philosophy. The Socrates of this world, the Platos, the Aristotles, they are far gone. But those words they drop are still fresh. They are still relevant to today. That's how Mazi Nnamdi is. Mazi Nnamdi is the Socrates of our time. In the days of Socrates, Socrates was adjourned the wisest man on earth. Tell me who is as wise as he is. Is it the Igbo politicians that are begging for office, begging for position? They don't know who they are. They are begging strangers, visitors. Bible said it's appalling. I think it's in Ecclesiastes. When the slaves begin to rise on the king, then the sons are walking on the floor. And that's what's happening here in the zoo. As glorious as the culture of the Hausas is, see how they turned them to peasants. And the visitors are the one riding horses, and they are now hailing them. I know, time of freedom has come in Africa. In the late 50s and 60s was known as the Uhuru period. Uhuru, I think it's a Swahili word. It's a word used in East Africa to depict freedom. It wasn't true. There was nothing called Uhuru in the 60s. They had flag independence. Nobody was free. Now they have started asking for freedom. Kenya is telling them, look, stop telling us to give us ground. You guys give us the load. Come, let's negotiate. Round table. Let's price our commodities on their own, on their merit. UN, IMF, all of them are institutions of the West. Everything they do service the West. What do you call it? In World Court in The Hague, all of them are institutions of the West. That's why you don't see them prosecute anybody from the West. You can kill as much as you can anywhere in the world. They can't jail you there as long as you are part of them. Those demonic institutions are servicing the US, America, France, and all of that. That's the triangle that the Chinedu was talking about. That's Washington, Paris, and London. God has broken it. Quote me. It's broken. God has used Russia to break it. Just watch. In a short while, those people will be begging. They will beg us, want to buy. We'll say, no, we don't have to for anything for sale for you. We can't sell to you again. Because all they have come to do is Matthew 10:10. Steal, kill, and destroy. That's the only mission they have in Africa. They are pushing Tinubu to go and fight. Why can't America send soldiers to Niamey to go and fight? Let Britain send soldiers. And Tinubu cannot be foolish to go there. You and I know you can't try that fish. You want our people to go and die, to defend your interests. There is West African gas pipeline they are laying to pipe all the gas from Izombe. That's why there is insurgency in Imo State, and many of you don't know. Anywhere the West go to, they go and cause insurgency there. All the insecurity everywhere in the world is state managed. The whole killings in Igbo land, all the ones that claim to be disciples, so sending people to go and kill, they are working for the enemy. The whole agenda is keep that place hot and hostile so that they can find something to pin up every to give us bad name, to attack us with terrorism. See how they have tried. Even the conscious, intelligent world tells them no. ESN is just what's it called? It's an organization formed to secure farmers in the bush. It's a vigilante group. So all their targets never stood the test of time. Why? Because IPOB is an institution led by intelligent men who understand, who know their left and right. Some of you, sorry, I don't want to use repulsive words. I've not come here to insult anybody. And it's not wisdom to insult in the public. I want to insult you face to face. Because when you insult in the public, you can insult millions without knowing. There are a lot of people who don't know their left and right. They say, why can't we do what they did in Amazonia? We can't do what they did in Amazonia because we are agitated. And it is legal to agitate. And we will not stop agitating. The agitating means we are not in armed struggle. And we will never be in armed struggle. Because people leading IPOB are people, men and women who understand these things and the way they work. We're in court. I went to visit on a state, I went on an official visit. Some people encountered me. They were asking me, my leader, what is DOS doing? They are not doing anything. He's also so this. I just say, shut up, you don't know anything. Talking like children. Who is doing something? The one killing your brothers. He is working for the enemy. He's giving them reasons to. Our leader, what has delayed his state today is all those evil, those nonsense they are doing somewhere. In the name of Biafra, in the name of IPOB. And they know they are not IPOB. The US is doing everything that needs to be done. We're in court. We're winning. We have won in court. One more last lap. A case have moved from every court you can think of in the land to the Supreme Court. Let them come there now. Let them come and the judge will say. UN has passed it at it. 60 page. Everything written there is honorate Nnamdi. Everything written there shows that yes, IPOB is not a terrorist organization. Has never been and will never ever be. Because the people leading IPOB are knowledgeable men. If we are into armed struggle, we won't be seeing our leader every week. People see our leader twice every week. The Amazonia don't see their leader. Kill me, I kill you back. That's what they're doing there. And they don't have any case, any legal case to talk about. We do. We're seeing our leader. We're still getting instructions from him. And things are moving as planned. And we are going home. Nothing will stop it. Even the enemy knows we have defeated them. Defeated them in their own court. Defeated them in foreign court. Defeated them in the court of the spirit. In the court of Elohim. We have won long ago. The flag has been released. Flag of Biafra has been given to Chinedu. Anybody dreaming any foolish dream, they will say your time. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has gotten Biafra. And the Mazi Nnamdi Kanu will build Biafra. Nothing stops it. That's what heaven has said. It doesn't matter how many people are against you. One with God is majority. Those of us that pray a lot, many of us that call fastings. For this thing we are doing, we have declared fastings for many days. We've been to mountains upon mountains praying. We have heard from God. We have received. Personally, I have received from heaven concerning it. That is why I'm still in it. God has told us his mind. What we're waiting for is that time lag between answer and receiving. That's what we're waiting for. Nothing will stop our celebration. It's not a prophetic pronouncement. I'm not prophesying. It's a piece of information. The Biafra is calm spiritually and physically you will celebrate Biafra. Nothing will stop you. Kill him, gun and bullet can't stop it. Do you know how many people they kill in Imo State? Why were they killing? Because they want to pipe our oil and gas to Europe. Now, Russia don't block road for them, for Neme, for Niger. No road there again. That is why America and Europe are sending them to go and fight. Let them go and fight themselves. I know two people will not do that. I just pray they should use it to collect small change from them. No, they know how to throw small change, bring some small knockout, give you, go and die. That's what they did to Zelensky. When the chips are down, America could not go there and fight. America should have gone to unseat Putin. They should have gone and arrest him now. A whole America. Why didn't the UK go there? They are pushing Tinubu to send his people to go and die. I know Tinubu will not do that. And even if Nigeria tries it, that is the worst that will ever happen. Why? Because most of the Nigerian army are people from there, if you don't know. There are still people who are in Nigeria, that serve in Nigerian cabinet, that come from across the Sahel. They know how they roll. You now go there and say you want to fight, they will kill all of you there. So that is not an option. Now what are we talking about? Who are true disciples? How do we know them? A disciple must deny himself. What do you mean by deny yourself? You must do things that will glorify the master or the ideology. He must refuse to give up. He disowns himself. Mazi Nnamdi had disowned himself to fight for Biafra. And many have done that. And I've come to realize that many people who have caused change in their generation, those revolutionaries, people that actually brought freedom to the people, they participated, they paid certain price of discomfort. Bible talks about it in Philippians chapter 3 verse 10. It says that you must participate in the fellowship of his suffering. All the disciples were martyred, except John the Divine, because he had an assignment to bring the revelation. All of them. That's why I see many people here who are actually into it. Many of us have suffered one thing or the other. Some of us have died long ago. So you must participate in the fellowship of the suffering. You say you're a disciple, you don't want to suffer. You don't want discomfort. You don't want anybody to do anything to you. You don't want the enemy to come close to you. You're not a disciple. You're just a floor member. Continue being where you were. We don't have a problem with that. But those of you who know who you are, stop claiming what you're not. Stop claiming what you're not. They don't give up easily. That's how you know them. How do you know true disciples? There are certain things you must see. You say, yes, this one. That's why you see that even the enemy knows. Nothing threatens us. They must take up their cross and follow. Luke chapter 9 verse 23. Jesus said, if anybody want to serve me, deny yourself. Take up your cross and follow. Daily, every day you follow. Not you follow in January, in December, you're not there. You follow on daily basis. Pick up your cross. What is your cross? The cross is that discomfort. The cross is that due that you pay. The cross is that pain that you go through. The cross is that leisure that you be denied of. That's your cross. When you no longer make public appearance, that's your cross. Carry it. And carry it with pride, because it's a great honor. There are people that have been called from the foundation of the earth to do what we're doing. If you are one of those people, please, it's a great honor. Stop shying away and stop misbehaving. Go all out with pride. You are doing the work of Elohim. The day you walk into heaven, you'll be given a loud ovation. Imagine the day Mazi Nnamdi Kanu will step into heaven, if there is heaven. You can imagine where the 24 elders will rise and say, no, this is an uncommon species. Elijah was so special that God didn't allow him to sit there. Heaven took him and created office for him. People like Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the heaven will create an office for them there, because they're exceptional. How many of you can stay without food and still hold on to what you profess? Why do they torture people? They torture you when the pain is too much. You even accept what you didn't do. But our leader, without food for 8 days, he refused to deny what he professed. And up to today, he's not ready to. And he's never ever going to. As long as our leader will never give up, we will never give up. Life or death or rain or sun or never. Biafra must come. Not tomorrow in our generation. And Biafra has come. I've just told you guys, now many of you don't understand. If you're spiritual, go and ask God to show you. Take up your cross and carry. Cross is a symbol of life through death. Cross is terminating point of the old Adamic nature. That where you come in contact, where your interest goes against what is happening to the contemporary realities, goes against your personal interest. You wanted to be Nigerian ambassador to one country, but now you have to be an agitator. You know that career, you can't pursue it again. That's the cross. You must give up something. If, as we speak now in this struggle, you're not giving up anything, there's no opportunity cost of what we're doing, you're not a disciple. Because it's the central symbol of Christianity. So the central symbol of struggle is affliction. Agitation is discomfort. Pains, and we've had enough of it. You must follow. Luke chapter 9:23. To follow means to be conformed to his image. And what does that mean? To conform to his image, to conform to the image of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Every disciple of IPOB want to be conformed to the image of our leader. To do that, what does that mean? It means obedience. There must be complete obedience. Absolute one. And they ask you to do, you do it. Some people were instructed, you didn't do it, so they told me, and leader, beg them, we'll do it by Monday. I said, no, you're not serious. You're not a serious human being. Obey the last command. That's the way the system works. What does it mean to be conformed to the image of your leader? Humility. Are you humble? Every average Igbo man, every average Benin man, every average Ibibio man, every average Urubu, Ishekiri, whatever you call yourself, all the Biafrans is what? They're arrogant. They're too full of themselves. Nobody will tell me what to do. Nobody is feeding anybody. It's volunteer. Nobody is paying anybody. Those are the things you see them say. They are not humble. Everybody's shoulder is up. We must learn to be humble. Until we learn to be humble, many of us will not go up. I've been here for 50 years, good and fine. You've been in the struggle for 15 years. They'll give you simple instruction, you can't obey. Come, say, how will you tell me? How will you order me to come? Is that the language you use to talk to me? Who are you? Have you gone to go and research? Find out the people running POB at the top, at the DOS level. Go and peep, just go and peep at them. Go and see the accomplished and established honorable men and women. Educated people, tastefully educated, but they humble themselves. Anything the Oga says, they do. Every leader must be a yes sir, yes sir. If whoever you are, if you are too big to say I'm sorry, you're not a leader, and you can't lead. You can't apologize. One young woman posted something on the platform. Everybody was complaining. Why would you do this? The national coordinator commented, delete this thing. He refused. So people began to quarrel over the matter. Why will you not obey? They queried him. He want to reply query. He said, I've done nothing wrong. So that he chose your language. I've done nothing wrong. I didn't insult anybody. Until we change those attitudes, they are what we inherited from the zoo. What my Bible calls Adamic nature are those inherent attributes, those behavior that come from you inherited from your parents, that flows in your DNA, those primitive arrogance. Those are the Adamic nature. They are the zooic nature. Remove Adam now. They are the zooic nature. Remove the zoo behavior. Arrogance is of the zoo. Foolishness is of the zoo. Drop all those nonsense. We're going to build a nation that the whole white people will relocate. Mark my words. In less than 10 years, white people will pack their load and come to Biafra land and buy land and settle for life. That's the nation we're going to build. It's a nation that will run on equity and justice. It's not where primitive. Look at in Nigeria now, it's mediocrity that rules. In Nigeria, if you want to get an office now, you need to be a criminal. Then that's what will make you popular. That's what will guarantee an office. In the Biafra we want to build, you want to be relevant, you must be disciplined, you must be cultured. You don't know how to say sorry, and you say you're a leader, you have not started. Anytime you do something wrong, I am sorry, sir. It doesn't change who you are. It doesn't depreciate the money in your bank account. What again are their qualities? Cultivating the mind of Christ. Bible says, let this mind be in you, which is also in Christ. Let me give you my own version of that Bible. Let this mind be in you, which is also in Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. What is the mind in Mazi Nnamdi Kanu? Free my people. My people must be free. What is the mind in life of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu? Equity and justice. If that mind that is in Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is not in you, you are not a disciple, you are not part of us. Some people just want to belong. They want to be relevant. That's not the mind in Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. The mind in the life of that man is a mind of service. Humility. You don't know how to serve? Too bad. You can't go far in this organization. Many have been dropped and they're angry, they're crying. Why? The arrogance has made them commit errors, yet they can't say sorry. You must walk in spirit. If you must be a true disciple, how do you walk in spirit? Everything is not physical, though. Even in this struggle, the struggle is more spiritual than. That's why a lot of people are falling apart. Because they didn't know they have to walk in spirit. They should be able to get more. If your spirit doesn't talk to you in this struggle, then you don't know what you're doing. You're not a disciple. You listen to our leader many times when he's teaching. He will tell you, I wanted to do this. My spirit told me no, and I stopped. So you don't have any good spirit talking to you. Too bad, they have not started. Commitment. True disciples are committed. Are you committed? How committed are you? The first meeting, you will not come. They do this, you will not come. Tomorrow you'll be bragging. Because you threw one spirit change. I pay monthly. How much did you pay? I was asking some people a while ago. Say, in the last 5 years, go and calculate how much you put in the struggle. So you will know that you're a shameless person. But in the church, you have gone to do that, maybe they see you. You don't donate 250,000 for church. Send to countries where you don't know. Use building universities in Western Nigeria. In your own place, not your own children can't go there. I used to be a pastor in a particular church. We were told that if you are a pastor, your children, one of your sons will come here on tuition free. It's a lie. All the Igbo pastors there, their children are paying. You pay everything complete, but the others can go on geo scholarship. How did they build it? They use your own title and offering. Bring your little change and let's build a nation for you. It's a talk of war. You're there bragging, making noise. Because you drop a stupid money that cannot do anything. That can't, an insignificant amount, that's what you bring. You want to insult everybody. I've told some people somewhere that their money is not as important as their being obedient. If you can't obey any instruction from the DOS to hell with your money, we don't need such money. Anything you want to do as a show of arrogance, put it in your pocket. It must be dedicated. It must be a soldier. It must be ready to do what the masters, the biddings of the masters at all times. You must submit to the master. Are you submissive? You claim to be a disciple. You must have supreme love for your supreme leader. How much do you love our leader? Let's be honest. Now, those of you that are pastors and priests, you're even in the struggle. Yeah, prayer coordinators or religious leaders, so to say. When last did you pray for Mazi? There's some of us who can't pray without mentioning Mazi's name. Anything we're asking God, Mazi's name comes there. It has become part of us. Because if we smell Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, we think Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, we dream Mazi Nnamdi. Many of you have never seen Kanu in the dream now. You've not dreamt about the struggle because it's not important to you. You dream about it on a weekly basis. You must have genuine and unconditional love for your brethren. You must have genuine and unconditional love for that Biafrans. Do you love our people? I was told somebody they can drop any amount of money just to show their brother, say they're bigger than them. Somebody talked to me, I felt like crying. That a fellow Biafran, they spent 1 million, is it 100,000 or 250,000 CFA, came to police to lock him up for days. Just to prove to him, go see an Ayakaya, that's all. Go and tell him now to bring 50 CFA to support the struggle. He begin to talk and insult everybody. You don't speak ill of your leaders if you're a true leader. Go and find out. Some of you have not worked anywhere. You don't know how it's done. In places where we have worked in the past, when Oga commit crime, you will take the blame. You go and lie that you're the one. That's it. You go and tell GM that general manager is the one that money shot, him cause up. They will sack you. They will find a way to set you up. When you lie, you take the blame for the Oga. You say, oh, this boy is so nice. You find a way to promote you. There are people now, you are here in this family, all you do is to insult your leaders. That's the only thing you do that. Insult everybody. And you say you're the disciple. You are not. You must be separated from popular opinion. When people think saying nonsense, you don't follow them. What are those things that disciples do? Disciples are sold out completely. That's what we call them hardcore. Hardcore don't shiver. When the master is down, they don't give up. When the master is not around, they don't give up. Hardcore stay. Moses was not around. He went to receive the tablet. Some asked for, bring your earring, make another God. Choose us a leader. No, hardcore, they didn't do that. One woman, the daughter-in-law said, follow where you die, I die. That's hardcore. They follow to the end. Ruth was a hardcore. Elisha was a hardcore. Are you a hardcore? Peter was a hardcore. Even when they caught Messiah, when Yeshua was arrested, where they were trying around there, Peter was hanging around. You know where he went to? Now, Uguru period. So he went to heat up himself, warm himself. Once more, he was one of them. Out of fear, I said, no, I don't know him. Was a hardcore. Mary Magdalene was one of the finest female disciples that Yeshua had. She was the first that saw Jesus when he resurrected. She was the first to run to the tomb. She was a hardcore. She was never far from the master, whether in the absence or in presence. How close are you to this cause? Somebody say it doesn't matter who. Imagine that anything you know you can do to get us Biafra, do. So it doesn't matter whether Kanu comes or anybody that is leading us. You are not a hardcore, and nobody else that is leading us. Talk through yourself. But those people you are following sheepishly are not part of us. Mazi is not a member of IPOB. He has never been. Every IPOB member belongs to a unit. Where is his unit? Every IPOB member belongs. Every tree has taproot and has branches. Jesus said in John chapter 15, now without me, you can do nothing. Without being connected to the root, you will not bear fruit. Somebody wake up and say he's leader, make yourself leader. That's how you know people who are not, that's how you know infiltrators. They're not obedient, they're so power drunk, and besides, they are filled with filthy lucre. Stomach infrastructure, that's the whole philosophy behind what they're doing. Every hardcore, every disciple must be fruit bearing. Whom have you discipled? Since you've been in this family, how many people have you evangelized? Be honest with yourself. How many people have joined IPOB through your words, through your love, through your care, through your kindness, through your conduct, or you scatter people? Send you to unit and go and scatter that place. Any day you misbehave the discipline, you will scatter the house. One national coordinator is bragging. Nobody will accept the offer. If I'm not there, somebody told me in one state, if they don't make me the coordinator, that place will not work. I say you will never be the coordinator in that place again forever, and the place will work. That place is working now. Yes. That's Plateau State. It's working now because you must walk. You are not the one to establish it. You and I will come and go. IPOB will remain. IPOB is spiritual. It's an institution designed by Elohim to take his people home and to build a nation that will rule the world for a century or more, for 100 years, yes, and more. In conclusion, how do we identify genuine disciples? Like I said, they are sold out. They are completely sold out. They don't look back. They don't shake. They don't go against the master. True disciples don't go against their master. They don't disobey their master. True disciples don't impose themselves. The discipline they remove you, are still bearing the title. You're not a true disciple. You're not. You're fake. That's not sign of humility. The Bible says in the book of James that God gives more grace to the humble. He resists the pride. You hold me. That you hold me have not helped your life, and it will never ever help you. I'm going to stop here. Another day we'll discuss mentorship. I'm going to stop here tonight. So, because I have with me a few persons from the West African sub-region that want to talk to Biafrans. I have Mazi Nene is here. I have I think Benin National Coordinator is here. Mazi, taking Paul Okere, and okay. I had expected, I think I sent the invitation to about 5 of you to come tonight and express your views on this contentious issue plaguing the family now. From my own personal calculations, from my innocent calculations, it appears some schemers somewhere, somehow, are looking for how to cause disaffection in this family. The family is united. We've said it before, there's nothing called autopilot in IPOB. There's nothing like that. It's IPOB DOS. And that's the chain of command. If you're not part of that, you're not a genuine disciple, you better retrieve yourself. Don't let nobody fool you. If you're in this family, 3 things makes you a member of IPOB. At least 3 principal things. 1, the oath that you took. where you pledge your allegiance to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and the chain of command. And that chain of command flows from Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to the head of the Directorate of State, Mazi Chinedu, and every other person down the line. That is the order. An outsider cannot come and tell us how Abiy runs. Somebody says he's a lawyer and went to the air and began to tell us there's no defeat, there's no this. Who asked you? Are you the one to tell us? What vacuum are you trying to create? How do you want to fill it? Who are you? Who placed you in a position to fill the vacuum? We don't have crisis problem in Nigeria. It's Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, Chinedu, and the rest down. If you don't accept that, then you are not part of us. We didn't create the structure. That's the way Onyendu has created it, and that's the way it has been. And that's probably how it will remain until the leadership didn't speak. That's something else. For now, until they change that structure, that is the nomenclature. If you're not in, you are out. There are no fence sitters in Nigeria. It doesn't matter how disgruntled you are, how ill you feel about maybe you are removed, maybe you feel you are ill-treated. Be matured. Once somebody was removed somewhere and he was still doing his work at the unit level, he had left, he had vacated the office. Go to meetings, support in any way he can. Then much later he was promoted. But some of you don't lack understanding that you are removed, you're just like a player substituted in a match. Does not mean that you have left the team. Even a player that is red carded, that is ordered that walk out of the stadium, still features in a future match. So when will you guys get matured? When you have this spirit, when you are sold out completely, you won't do the way you're behaving. Once they offend you, you're looking for the infiltrators to align with. Once the system doesn't go the way you want, everywhere must scatter. If I'm not there, nobody should be there. That's not how disciples behave. Please, everybody should come to maturity. Everybody learn to be matured. Please. So, being that as it is, there's an agenda to impose the infiltrator. What they're doing now is that tomorrow you say, I did XYZ for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and he came out now, he didn't appreciate me, he did this, he did that. You want to instigate rebellion. You are too small. But nobody will follow you. Those following you, they begin to unfollow you till when you turn back, you see there's nobody at your back. Because Mazi Nnamdi Kanu gathered us. There's something he did. That thing is instituted in Nigeria. It's a movement, that ideology that he has sold. The seed is inside all of us. So if you mislead anybody and say why, they will recognize themselves and come back. But those that fail to, anyway, anybody that goes astray, lions will devour them. That's what happens. Every sheep stays under the tutelage, the control of the shepherd. Goats behave anyhow. They are rebellious. They are stubborn. Stiff neck like pig. They just make noise. That's what you see all those, and they make noise, make noise. On their own, they will zip the platform. You see, they're not matured. They're not disciples. They're not. In West Africa now, okay, let me bring in Mazi Nene, then we'll continue from there. All the usurpers, we must tell them to their face that they're wasting their time. There's no room for division in IPOB. The family is not divided, we will never ever be divided. So anybody working on those things, you're wasting your time. One I saw somebody, a highly exalted government official, he said, this and so can cut it, and then he's not ruling Southeast. You're wasting your time because the only leader we have is Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. His absence is Chinedu, and the order goes like that, down, trickles down to the last person standing. There is a queue in that period. If you're not in that queue, too bad, you're not part of us. And you can never ever be part of us. This you cannot impose anybody in that period, you're wasting your time. Because IPOB was not formed by your intrigues, by your shenanigans and your dirty games. No. It's an institution built on justice, truth, and nothing more, nothing less. So please, join me and welcome. I think I have two people right here with me. Mazi Nene, please unmute yourself. Mazi Nene, the West African rep, please unmute yourself and I have the floor to address Biafrans. We are waiting to hear from you. You are welcome. Mazi Nene, how are you today?
I'm good, Mazi JCI. I've been listening to your speaking. To me, it is a blessing. And
God bless you, sir.
much. And my prayer has always been that people will give you the energy to carry on. Because in this trouble that we do on our own, some of us don't even know what we're doing. But we do it when we wake up. We know that there is unseen hand that are piloting the affair of this trouble. Good evening, dear friends. Hello, dear friends. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, depending the area of presently domicile. My name is by the grace of Elohim, I am the West African representative, and I appreciate. I don't know who is currently, because I don't know who is anchoring this program, because when
it's Mazi Jonathan Chinedu. Mazi Jonathan Chinedu, please.
The Alex Lion, I appreciate you for the good work you are doing for Biafra. Everything. So anytime you're ready Biafra, I'm there. Mazi Jonathan Chinedu, okay, to the energy to continue in what you're doing. And again, I want to use this opportunity to appreciate the work that our ODOX are doing for us. It is not easy. I've always said that the reason why the establishment are doing what they are doing to us today is because they have discovered that it has come for them to match the intellectual capacity of the handling the struggle. Now, they're not to Aboro level, that is up we work away, by trying to give us an record that will make it look like as if we are cleaning ourselves. And I have always said that if you allow yourself to be cajoled and twisted to the extent of you using your hand to kill yourself, you are the biggest on earth. The problem our people have today is that we are too emotional. And just as our Lolo said in her last podcast, he said, and I quote, that we have so many people battling us, and those people you see are most of people who are maybe one thing or the other. They were relieved from their duty, and the one Nigerian, and others who think that they cannot be able to give our God-given results. We are battling so many principalities in Biafra land, and it's very, very correct and very, very right. Okay, because the power that be is there, which is the Britain and the Western world, always unleash the principalities upon any nation that they know that is going against their end. Just as what you have just said now, Mazi about Niger. Okay, when people look at what is happening there right now, you think maybe the emotional people who don't think, who don't, as our leader may say, he said, thinking is the most difficult thing to do. Okay, and when you look at them, you see some of them, you see them as Tinubu this, Tinubu that, Niger this. But this man you are seeing is very, very ready to bring chaos because they have nothing to do. He's over 20 years claiming that 60 years. And when you look at he sees that his only ambition is to be called a president. That is the thing the West needs. The West don't like that. And I think it should have been calling for because most of us in IPOB, we understand how this movement is structured. We have from unit to region and all that, national and all that in a country, and again, we know everything. Then you now have somebody that has never been a unit coordinator, they have never coordinated a unit. Okay, I'm telling you that it is and that, and you are listening to that person. And should I say that that people who are listening are ignorant, or should I say that they are? I don't just understand. But our mission here is to protect this structure. This structure must not be allowed to be destroyed by people who think that they can jump from the window and start giving order in the house. It is not done that way. It is not done that way, and we will never accept that. What I want to say is this. I want to say that sometimes when we pray, we say principalities and powers. And again, we say every weapon formed against us shall not function or should not succeed or something like that.
Yeah, will not prosper.
But a weapon has been formed against us already without us knowing that the weapon has already been formed against us. And that weapon formed against us is Nigeria against the indigenous people of Africa. Because I cannot say Nigeria is a country. I cannot say that a weapon is formed against Nigeria, because there's nothing like Nigeria. It's just a kind of concussion for the monarchy, British monarchy, to be able to continue in their ascendancy for imperialism. We all know that. We understand that. Unless those who still think that they have a country. For us, we know that Nigeria is never a country. And we understand that very perfectly. What I'm saying here today is this. A weapon formed against, and British is ambivalent. Okay, they see, just as you said, that the reason why there is crisis in Imo State is because of the gas that is domiciled in Jombe, Uguta. But that is how they operate. The reason why they are doing what they are doing is because, not because, it's because they want to get what they can get out of us, and not because they love us. But people are not seeing it in this angle, and sometimes I feel that most of our people are the most foolish people we have on earth. I must say this here on the air, and I will continue saying it, because I don't know the rationale behind you as a person all of a sudden start supporting someone you don't know before, and when someone talks about it, you say, after all, our leader said we should follow him. Follow him for what? Follow him for what? Who is he that you will follow him? Because I could remember that our leader mentioned so many people. He have always tell us to follow Elochukwu Hagi and most of the family writers that are doing fine for this struggle. Those people have never risen up because of the pronouncement that comes out from Onyen. But this guy is an usurper. He's an usurper. When you look at him, you see that the British intelligence, in collaboration with the West powers that be, have recruited him and and try to impose him as another weapon against Biafra. So the guy now become a weapon that has formed against us. They have two options. They have two reasons why they are doing. The West have two reasons why they are doing what they are doing. And that reason is that one is that if eventually we number one is they want the world to know, they want the world, the terrorist tag that is that the terrorist tag that is on IPOP to be justified by the entire Western world, by the entire world. That is number one. Number two is if eventually we succeeded in getting Biafra, then they will use that guy to create a kind of coastal state so that the people will now start saying that, okay, you said you want freedom, now you are killing yourself like South Sudan. They have to, you see, these people are able, and this is what our people are not seeing. And I continue saying it. The West, the British and his allies, which is the America and the world, who are benefiting from our land, are doing all to make sure that they criminalize whatever that is good in our place, so that they don't care about our life. When they talk about humanity, you think that they care about you. They don't care about you. They care, what they care is, they come, they take whatever they can take. If you want, you die, they don't care. But our people are not seeing what is happening. They are following, and again, consistency is the key. Most of us are not consistent. And you see people shouting on Kanu, my supreme leader, this, that. Just a question of how many, just getting to 2 years. Now, if I'm correct, or 2 years, all of you are affiliated. And most of you are affiliated and start talking jargon on the internet because of someone who is in Finland, because of Am I coming out clear?
Yes, continue.
Interruption, Mazi.
No, sorry, Mazi. Round up, sir. Round up. You've spoken well. Round up, please.
Senior Nepa was just someone who was opportune to be in Finland because of scholarship of Sam Egu, former governor of Ebonyi State. And I don't think that they have been able to do something reasonable for himself. I've been looking for a way to survive. Now all of a sudden, he was contracted by the enemy to fight and criminalize and our struggle so that the people will now get
Oh, I think maybe network has locked him out. That was Mazi Onene. Please, I think I have again in the house the Beninese National Coordinator, Mazi Paul Okere. Please, are you still here? Unmute yourself. Mazi
yes, I'm still here, sir.
Okay, please, address the applause.
please.
Okay. Oh, sorry, Mazi Polokere, hold on a second. Mazi Onene is like you had network issue. You had a.
Going to summarize. Pardon me for the interruption, please. It was all that. Please, I ask your pardon.
Kindly go ahead and do that quickly, sir, so that we will be able to keep to our timing. We have less than 10 minutes or so.
Biafra, especially in West Africa, I want to make it as an order. In all your platform, I want my name, my deputy, to be in your platform. And anybody that posts anything that is in connection with the infiltrators, the coordinator of that country will no longer be a coordinator in that country. So because it is you have the responsibility to feed your people the good food and not giving them junk. Okay? When you allow them to feed the junks in your platforms, now you are the person to answer the question. And we will not have the other option than to get you out of that place because you are not doing what you're supposed to do. And that is what I want to say. And again, please, Biafrans all over the world, I want to thank you all for most of you that are listening wherever you are. And again, ECPA, as it is, we have no any other place to take order from. US is the highest command, as instructed by Onyendu, and in his absence, Mazi and his deputy, Mazi Rubike Tony, the coordinator of all coordinators, is in charge. So whoever that is saying any other thing apart from what we know already and the instruction that our leader has given before he was kidnapped, is talking on his own. So Mazi, I appreciate your lecture and teaching this night, and I must say that for me, I know that this is the kind of the pastors we need here for land. We need people who can use their intelligence and all that to make sure that when Biafra comes, most of you, as you are, we're going to place some of you in the position of Desmond Tutu. These are people who are men of God as well, but they use their position to fight for the freedom of their people. Mazi, as I bow, I thank you so much. Mazi, thank you, Mazi.
Mazi, you're blessed. God bless you. God bless you, Mazi Sondolene. It was African rep. Well spoken, and the point you made, I believe everybody has noted that. God bless you, so I appreciate you. So I want to bring Mazi Deacon Paul Okere, the national coordinator for Beninese, and I think I have another person here, Mazi Oka. I think Gambia or Senegal is here with us as well. So please, Mazi Paul Okere, please, on a very quick note, sir, please, just give us a summary and wrap it up within 2 minutes so that we can allow the next person to address people from that country before we call it a day. You have the floor now.
Thank you very much, our Deputy Honorable West African Rep. Thank you for this opportunity. Yeah, I'm Mazi Dikimpolo Okere. I hail from Ebema. I represent the indigenous people of Biafra in Benin Republic as national coordinator. I want to bring my greetings to the office of the DOS, the people in charge of IPOB worldwide. I want to say more grace. And I also like to let the US know that we have been battling with the principalities and powers, wickedness in the heights. God is keeping us victim. The next battle that we are to enter, which will be the last, is rulers of darkness of this world. But the same God that has started this struggle will take us today. My greetings to you, the Honorable Deputy West African. Right?
Yeah.
France, I greet you. May Elohim continue to keep and strengthen us. I want to say here that in Benin Republic, we have no room for anything called autopilot. No one is allowed even to post anything of sort in any national, regional, zonal, or unit platform, because no one will serve two masters at a time. It's either you are under Nnamdi Kanu through DOS, or you leave us alone. We cannot serve Mazi Nnamdi Kanu through IPB and serve another man at his hand. Thank you very much. Let me stop here because my leader have told me already that I don't have much time. Next time we continue. Thank you very much.
God bless you, Mazi Okere. I believe the message you just passed, Biafrans and Ethiopians resident in Benin Republic, I've had your message. God bless you, Ndewo. So I want to introduce Mazi. That should be Mazi Uka. The Mazi Uka, Sierra Leone or Gambia. Please unmute yourself and speak.
From Gambia.
Thank you, my deputy West African rep.
Ndewo.
Biafrans all over the world. The Gambia, sir. The Gambia. Thank you, my deputy West African rep. Thank you, my West African rep. I want to bring greetings from the Gambia family, the Biafrans over the world. I'm so happy and so excited to speak in the Radio Biafra today. I will start with this way. That somebody who is not under oath, who don't know what we are doing, is deceiving people. And I'm surprised people who are reasonable enough, will I say, are reasonable enough, are beginning to follow such people, and which is very, very wrong. Here in the Gambia, we don't tolerate any auto idiots. I call them auto idiots. We don't tolerate it. And it is not existing in the Gambia. It is not existing. And we can never tolerate it. We are only loyal to the DOS, who is loyal to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. All of us here in the Gambia. That is the key behind the DOS and also behind our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Here in the Gambia, we are very strong, we are formidable, we are good to go. I will say, may Elohim continue to keep us until we actualize the Biafra. Thank you, my leader.
Wow, that's great.
Are we good to go, or should I still have something before we call it a day? Mazi? Yes, I am here, West African rep. See here, I'm asking if we are good to go, or I don't know if we are done for the day.
Can you hear me? Everywhere is quiet. Mazi Onyuku, can you hear me? Are you still there?
Mazi, I'm here, West Africa. I don't know what is happening.
Okay. Are you people done? Are you people done? That's what I'm asking.
Yes, that is what I'm also asking if they are done.
I think somebody was speaking. Somebody was speaking, and all of a sudden it went dead.
Maybe network.
So I don't know if there is somebody that have not spoken. Let him take over, please. It's better, in order to save time.
I think we are done. We are done. I think we are. The three people have spoken. Mazi Jonathan.
Okay, Mazi.
Yeah.
The Mazi, that is the West African rep, right? Mazi Onene, is it?
Yes, there is secret. No, people understand a lot, and some feeling is very hard. And then there is secret on the end. Let make some movements occur.
Okay. Mazi, your voice is, cracking. It's not smooth. I don't know. Maybe that's the reason.
Yes.
Yeah. I don't know whether you are using earpiece. Okay. I don't know. But it's okay. I think the world have heard your voice and everything that you've spoken. So it's a pity that everything the other Mazi that was speaking, I thought Gambia representative, Gambia coordinator, all of a sudden caught. And Mazi Onyuku, your deputy, it's not here. I don't know. So, but we must continue towards. Yes.
I think maybe this issue that's not bad. Are you hearing me well?
Yes, I'm hearing you, but the voice is not smooth.
There is unseen hand that is part of this situation. To rise up. So I don't know if you understand where I'm going. Okay, and
yes.
It is our responsibility for all those policies that have been.
Mazi, sorry, it seems you need to initiate this call, please. Let's off and call back. Let me. Do not forget that we are on Radio Biafra HAUSA-SERVICE. I know there are some technical problems on their side, but let me see, although I think they have almost finished speaking. We have caught the gist of everything. Mazi, can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Yes, Mazi, I'm hearing you, but I hear from my deputy, I don't know what is happening. Network. Yeah. Thank you, Mazi. Mazi, pray for West Africa. Thank you.
There were Mazi.
Thank
you. We must continue. This is Radio Biafra HAUSA-SERVICE coming to you through Radio Biafra London. We must continue, and this is where we are going to end the program. Remember, tomorrow, as I said, Mazi Chinasa will be here on this hallowed platform in order to address Biafrans on an interactive session. Be part of this, please. And also on Sunday, Mazi Nachi, the South American representative, will be coming on air with coordinators of South America, like Ecuador and all of them. Please be part of this also on Sunday. It will be hosted by Mazi Mbanali because I wouldn't make it on Sunday. So please, here we are going to end the program. We have had it all. Mazi talked about discipleship, and we understand. Therefore, if you think that because the Mazi Onyendu is not there, now you have to look for somebody that will be, behaving like him. You are looking for fake. Always remain original. That is the thing. Because imitation can lead astray. And that is one thing our people should understand. Imitation can lead astray. Original is original. Thank you for listening. From me, Mazi Jonathan Chinedu, from here, it is simply good evening.
Yeah.
The land of the rising sun is a home of the Biafrans. The fire of the eastern land is a promised land, a blessed land of the Chupa Biafra. Ebeka konusi Biafra, Ebeka konusi Biafra, Gaimara, Biafra, Kaneboso Kadiri, Gaimara, Biafra, Kaneboso Kadiri, Biafra, Kadiri. Sombe, Waboke, Anijala, Wana lemo kama na lombo wana juno wasina Biafra nataro Chukwu kika biama onyagi nonaka Biamerani emama Sampe Uwa boke Anijala Nala namo Biafra baloma Ala chukwu gozire Ala manamu Ala chukwu gozire The rising sun Mgbe mbuka mkpụrụ esi Ojihe matakịrị Owe ya kayenu Akafuwa yufu wetuo ya Maka na ọnọdụ gadịrọ n'igwe mma Hey! Sampe Lenda ala adịghị mma Ndị zuru Ndị na-aṅụ ọbara mmadụ Ndị okwu ha Abịakwala n'ọzọ Ka ha kwatusu Biafra Mana Chukwu okike abịa ma gị ka ịnọ n'aka Mana Chukwu okike abịa ma gị ka ịnọ n'aka Na anyị ga-ala Ugbu a bụ ka anyị jemere onwe anyị Ugbu a bụ ka anyị ji ala Biafra n'atago The land of the rising sun is a home of the Biafrans. The fire of the eastern land is a promised land, a blessed land of the Chupa Biafra. Ebeka konusi Biafra, Ebeka konusi Biafra, Gaimara, Biafra, Kaneboso Kadiri, Gaimara, Biafra, Kaneboso Kadiri, Biafra, Kadiri. IPOB, one big family, on the road, one Nabaloso, on
Now, Africans, listen to learn. Listen and reason with your brains, your common sense, not your emotions. Alright? Who owns Catholic? Italians, Europeans. Who owns Anglican? England, Europeans. Who owns Pentecostal? USA, America. Who owns Islam? Arabics. All these religions are not owned by African or invented by any African country or ancestors, state or country. Listen, or people. Listen, Africa. Then, African Christians, where do you go for pilgrimage? Israel, right? African Islam, where do you go for pilgrimage? Saudi Arabia. No foreign country comes pilgrimage in Africa for anything. Listen, Africans. In Africa, what do we celebrate every year? Easter, European culture. Christmas, European culture. Ramadan, Arabic culture. Igbo, Hausa, Yoruba, Zulu, Swahili. Do you know in the whole Africa the most popular language is Swahili? Swahili is supposed to be the official language in Africa, but we are speaking the language given to us by our oppressors. Africans, listen, because when I'm talking like this, you guys think I'm just talking out of ignorance. Anything I present to you on the media, on the internet, it's facts. I don't do with theories like in your Bible. Listen, Africa, and wake up. Africa, why are we the only race that destroy our own and embrace the ones of our oppressors? Why are we the only race that destroy our own and embrace the ones of our oppressors? As an African, you see your fellow African doing African spirituality and traditions as evil, but you call the ones invented by your oppressors, by your European masters, slave masters, you call it original and real, but your own spirituality you say is evil. Africa, listen. Italians did not invest in Ferrari companies in Africa, Lamborghini, Aston Martin, Pentagani in Africa. No, but they invented Catholic in Africa. All right. Arabs didn't invent any factories in Africa, but they invented Islam in Africa. Same with America, same with England. Okay, do you know every month there is number of percentage of financial support money that goes to Rome and England through Anglican and Catholic in Africa? Imagine, we are giving Italy, we are helping Europe to become rich through religion. And after you cry that slavery, this one. Africans, why you don't reason with your brain to learn? Why can't you wake up? We are the only race that answers other people's name, language, food, culture, and education. The European community paid a huge sum of money to cancel the history of European genocide and Holocaust in Africa. If any African know the history of Belgium in Congo, history of British in Ghana, Nigeria, history of America in Liberia, history of Europeans that gave you religion, names, culture, education. If you know the history, none of you will go to that country to play for them as a football player, as a sports player, work for them in their countries. If you understand the history of what these people did. But today, I can never see a German youth calling Adolf Hitler evil. Adolf Hitler killed millions of people on earth. I can never see a German youth calling their Nazist ancestors evil. I have never seen an American youth calling their American ancestors that killed the Red Indians, the original Americans, the Cherokees, the Mohicans, that killed them to take their land. I've never seen them calling their ancestors evil. I've never seen a Belgian that the king of Belgium murdered almost 70 million Congo. I've never seen a Belgian youth calling their ancestors evil. I have never seen a British youth calling their ancestors evil. In fact, I have never seen an Arabic youth calling their ancestors evil or casting and biting their ancestors. But Africa is the one that casts and bites their innocent ancestors that never invaded any land, destroyed any people, took people, wives and children, raped boys and girls. Africa, do you know both Islam and Christianity was forced on Africans? Do you know? This religion was forced to Africans to accept. Anything that was forced into your life is not real, it's control. Religion is control, mental brainwash, theories, fictions, illusions, faith, believing in things that you don't know that exist, believing in things and hoping in things that doesn't exist. Do you know how the missionary came to Africans? You don't know. Do you know the modern Egyptians, Algerians, Moroccans, Tunisians are not real Africans? Don't you know the place the modern Egyptian, the modern Arabs in Africa are staying is not their own? They invaded and chased the black Africans away and took the land. Do you know in the Bible, the only two countries in Africa mentioned were Egypt and Ethiopia. Ethiopia was about the Queen of Sheba, and Egypt was where they destroy African country. They call Egypt evil. They use Egypt for evil example for all sorts of bad things in the Bible. That they enslaved Israel. This one. Do you know Israel came in existence in 1948? Before that, Israel were Palestinians. Do you know Israel came out of Palestinians? Do you know Africans? How can a country that is less than 100 years be enslaved in Egypt for 400 years and you believe this? You don't reason Africans. Egypt is the first country in the world to be civilized. The Roman Empire, the Rome architectural plans, the Greek Athens architectural plans, we are derived from Egyptians, from the real African Egyptians. They are black. They are black. They are not white. They are not yellow. They are black. Egypt is the first country on earth to be civilized. Egypt is the first country on earth to have light. Egypt is the first country on earth to build story buildings without cement. Egypt is the first country on earth to have power of leadership. Egypt represents wealth, light, power, respect, love, creation. But today, African Christians are praying, the Egyptians I see today, I shall see no more. Because of what they told you in the Bible that never existed. There is no record of Israelites being in Egypt for 400 years. All these are fictions and illusions. Because Israel only existed in the year 1948. I guess so. Yes. Go and look it up. So tell me, why are you guys being brainwashed up till now? You don't want to research, self-aware, and wake up from religious mental slavery. This is how they control you. If you want to get a people, you take away their language, their culture, their traditions, their names, and their food. They are gone. This is what happened in Africa right now. As an African, I cannot marry someone from Guinea, someone from Senegal, someone from Mali, because I'm not Christian, I'm not Islam. I have to turn to Islam to marry a woman from Africa. I have to become a Christian to marry a woman from Nigeria, from Ghana, because I'm not a Christian. Maybe I'm Islam, I'm a Christian. I don't have religion, I'm evil. Do you know it was the Moors from Morocco that taught the Europeans how to take a bath, how to shower? The Moors civilized the Europeans. Don't you guys know? Do you guys know the country that destroyed Africa? Portugal, Belgium, England, Spanish, USA. These are countries we accepted as friends. They came and sabotaged us through our weak and wicked ones. Because in every set of people, there will be a bad person. That does not mean we call our ancestors evil. Are you alright? Did our ancestors kill any people? Did our ancestors invade any land and destroy people? Can't you wake up, Africans, and know who you are? Stop practicing European religion, European culture, European tradition. Stop doing white wedding. Do our African traditional wedding. Is enough. Emancipate yourself from mental slavery, Africans.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, great Biafrans and lovers of freedom. This is Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi, Jonathan Chinedu from our province of Biafra land. We are here live and direct. Today is the 30th day of May 2023. Tata Bobo Chiafo. Therefore, I will hand over the microphone, the platform, to the head of the Directorate of States, Mazi Chika Edoziem, in order to address Biafrans. Mazi, over to you, sir.
Good morning, Mazi Chinedu. Thank you so much. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, fellow Biafrans, wherever you may be at this very hour. Great and indefatigable IPOB family members worldwide. Lovers of freedom, men and women of goodwill. We are once again on this 30th day of May observing a solemn day of remembrance of our heroes and heroines. We observe this yearly ritual so that we do not forget those brave men and women who refused to be subjugated and enslaved in their own land, but rather chose the path of honor and selflessly paid the ultimate price of death for us, their children, children's children, and for generations yet unborn. The Directorate of State of the Indigenous People of Biafra express our profound gratitude to the Most High Chukwuka Biama for his unfailing faithfulness and guidance as we on this solemn day of May 30th, 2023 remember and honor and celebrate our brave heroes and heroines, men, women, children who sacrificed their lives for our freedom. It is to Chukwuka that we ascribe all glory for impressing upon the hearts and minds of Biafrans, friends of Biafrans, and lovers of freedom, the spirit of obedience to the directive by Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, who initiated this very special day of remembrance in acknowledgement, in recognition, and in appreciation of the great sacrifices made by our gallant heroes and heroines and all of the victims of the Biafran genocide beginning from 1945 to the present 2023. In countries and cities and capitals around the world, Biafrans will come out in their numbers to pay a solemn respect, to remember, to honor, to acknowledge those selfless sacrifices that was made that our race may not be extinguished, that our race may not be, as the enemy had wished, totally destroyed. Today we remember our brothers and sisters, fathers and mothers and children massacred in Asaba by the Nigerian armed forces, civilians who were mowed down with machine guns and buried in mass graves. We remember the victims of the Enugu coal mine massacre, our brothers, our fathers, our people who were in cold blood murdered by the British colonial criminals. Those who were killed simply because they were asking for a better condition of working environment in their own land for the extraction of the resources that is in their own father's ancestral land. And the British, without any thought, they murder these breadwinners, they kill them, because for them it is the resources in our land that is very important to them, but not we, the owners of the land. We remember the victims of the Aba High School massacre. Men and women who gathered in 2016 to pray for the release of the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, as at that time, who was at that period, in 2015 as well, incarcerated by the zoo. And our men, our brothers and our mothers and sisters gathered to pray to Chukwu Abiyama to ask the ancestors to intervene. And the Nigerian military, the Nigerian police, a combination of murderers, attacked and murdered uncountable number of youths on that very day. These people were cut down in their prime, thereby extinguishing their dreams and aspirations. We remember the victims of Emene, Igwocha, Obibo, Onitsha, Olo, Odi, and Mpo massacres. All these places where our people were summarily executed by the Nigerian terrorist military and forces and armed forces. We remember these gallant men and women. We remember our men and women and youths massacred and decapitated in their farms by the Fulani terrorists masquerading as headsmen. We remember our youths who were massacred by the Boko Haram terrorists recruited into the Nigerian armed security forces and sent down to Biafra land to annihilate us in our towns and cities and villages, while the Fulani terror headsmen are in our forests and bushes targeting our means of livelihood and those who dare to go to the farm to cultivate their farmlands. Today we remember the victims of the Atlantic and Sahara Desert slave trade, those that died in slave chains, those that died under the brutality and inhuman treatment of the British and American slave owners. We remember them that they were taken forcibly from their own land and transported into a new and strange land where they were treated worse than animals. Today we remember the brave and gallant men and women of Eastern Security Network. We remember them that died while ensuring that the forests and farmlands of Biafra are safe for our people to engage in their farming activities. We remember all these and many more that we cannot name their names at this very hour and today, but they are all in our hearts. They are all in our thoughts. They are in our minds, and our prayers to Chukwu is to ensure that the sacrifices which they have paid must and shall never be in vain. As we remember these victims today, we also honor and acknowledge those who did not simply stood by and watched at the extermination of their people. We honor, therefore, the Ekumeku warriors who fought decades-long war against the British imperialists. We honor the women behind the Aba women riots, who also rose against the British criminal taskmasters. We honor all those who fought alongside our eternal leader, General Chukwuemeka Odumegwu Ojukwu, to preserve our race and preserve our values. We honor the operatives of the Eastern Security Network. We honor this very day as well Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, our living hero, the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, who is leading this present battle from the very front lines. We must therefore continue to put him in our prayer and supplications to Chukwu Abiyama and of course to our ancestors who called him for this very enormous work, that they may grant him victory over every enemy of our freedom and every enemy of Biafra. These men and women and many more like them These very heroes who confronted the evil that confronted us at their time are the symbols of our resistance to the British and Nigerian government orchestrated genocide and war of extermination against the Biafran people. We must never for a moment lose sight of our history. We must never allow any man or woman cajole us into abandoning our struggle for freedom or forgetting those who have played some role in the past and present subjugation of our people. Because this generation of the indigenous people of Biafra, led by Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, has a divine duty to repair the broken walls so that the dignity, the honor, and privilege of our people are restored. We must not forget, we must never forget, that on the 22nd of June 1945, the massacre of Biafrans commenced in Jos, resulting in the murder of thousands of Biafrans by the House of Fulani, while hundreds of thousands of pounds sterling worth at that time of Biafran properties, or Biafran people's properties, were either looted or destroyed. We must not forget that this happened while the British were in charge. Nobody was ever held accountable. None was arrested. None was prosecuted by the British colonial government. As a matter of fact, the British refused to institute an inquiry into the bestial and gruesome murder of a section of the populace and wanton destruction of their properties and means of livelihood when they were in charge, because the killing of Biafrans served their evil interests to either completely annihilate us or reduce us to a race of slaves. Biafrans, fast forward to Kanu 1953. I am deliberately enumerating history for our people never to forget. Fast forward to Kanu 1953. Thousands more Biafrans, their families and properties were again targets of ethnic cleansing under the supervision of the British overlords. From 1954 to October 1966, more than 30,000 Biafrans were killed in northern Nigeria. And between October 1966 and June 1967, more than 300,000 were massacred. 300,000 of our people were sent to their early graves. In a most brutish, gruesome manner, pregnant women were killed. Their unborn babies pulled out of their wombs received a most gruesome and barbaric end, while other victims had their eyes gouged, arms and limbs amputated, heads chopped off. And these were sent down to Biafra land, all packed in a train for our people to behold what has become of their brothers and sisters, their fathers and mothers. It is an emotional day for us today. It was a most graphic, barbaric, and animalistic tendency ever exhibited in Africa. These were ferocious, horrifying crimes against humanity in an indescribable scale. Up till today, nobody has ever been held accountable for all these murders. Bear in mind that all these killings were done in peacetime. There was not a war at that time. They were all in their so-called one Nigeria, without any provocation from the victims, and with unassailable evidence of complicity and involvement on the part of local and national authority at the time, whether it is the colonial British government or the Nigerian puppet government. They were all together in the conspiracy to annihilate a race that did them nothing. From July 6, 1967 to January 15, 1970, a large-scale program of total extermination of indigenous people of Biafra termed the final solution to the Biafran problem was initiated. When they tell you there was a Biafran Nigerian war, don't listen to them. It was a premeditated, a preordained, planned program for the total extermination of Biafrans from our ancestral lands. At the end of all this, more than 5 million Biafrans, representing close to 25% of the total population of the Biafran people, were exterminated in a inhuman and ghastly manner by the Nigeria fully backed, supported, militarily equipped by the British. And during this period, from among these 5 million Biafrans, more than 3 million of them were civilian women and children. Women and children who died from starvation because of the British government supervised air, land, and sea blockade of the Biafran territory. Territorial waters and land, they blockaded us. They wanted to starve all of us to death. We must never forget, we must never forget those behind the killing of our people and those who are still at the helm of the current murder of our people. The killings have continued unabated from 1970 to the present, resulting in the death of millions more of the indigenous people of Biafra. Biafrans and lovers of freedom. These victims of the pogroms in northern Nigeria, victims of the British genocide, and those murdered in cold blood for exercising their inalienable right to self-determination by the trigger-happy Nigerian security forces, these are the heroes and heroines that we are remembering today. They are the people that we are celebrating and honoring today. They are the people because of whom many of us are alive this very day. They paid the ultimate price for our collective dignity and freedom. And it is therefore in their honor that we observe today and shall observe till the end of time, 30th May of each year, as a day, a solemn day to remember, acknowledge, honor, and appreciate the sacrifices that they made for and on our behalf. I have deliberately and consciously reminded all of you listening to me this morning about the history of the crimes committed against us as a people. so that we do not forget. And also, for you to understand, to put it at the front line of your thought, that those who participated in those crimes, those who were part of that conspiracy, you must presently juxtapose the history that I have related this morning with the present situation that we have found ourselves in, so that you may see without a doubt that the agenda has neither changed nor the actors and the perpetrators. The agenda to eliminate us, the agenda to cleanse us from our ancestral land, the agenda to emasculate us in every manner, the agenda remains the same, and the actors and perpetrators are still the same. The British are the hem of it, and they are using the zoo for this very purpose. This is why Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, whose only crime is his call for a referendum that will afford the Biafran people the opportunity to decide their own fate as a people. Considering the historical facts enumerated above, and who incidentally also holds a British passport, this man has been under solitary confinement, torture, physically and psychologically, with the objective to eliminate him while still in detention. Why am I pointing this out? I am pointing it out for us to understand that it does not matter. Our leader has, you may call it a dual citizenship of Biafra and British, but you may see the British, they have deliberately kept silence and low profile as it concerns the case of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, because for them, the fight for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu will not be to their own benefit and interest. Therefore, they want to abandon him, and as they have abandoned him, they want to allow the Nigerian government to continue to humiliate, torture, and treat him with all manner of indignity. This is notwithstanding the positions of international organizations. Recall, great Biafrans and lovers of freedom, recall that the United Nations Human Rights Council's Working Group on Arbitrary Detention had on July 20th, 2022, called on the Nigerian government to release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu unconditionally and additionally adequately compensate him. And that decision or opinion of the Working Group on Arbitrary, UN's Working Group on Arbitrary Detention, the international body opine among others, and I crave your indulgence. I will read one or two paragraphs or three from their submission. The body opined as follows: that the working group finds that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's continued deprivation of liberty violates his rights under Articles 3 and 9 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, Article 9 of the Covenant, and Principles 2, 4, and 10 of the Body of Principles, and constitutes arbitrary detention under Category 1 and 2, and a breach of Article 14C of the Covenant. I may not be reading individually these articles, what they contain, but I read further. The working group finds that the fair trial rights and procedural guarantees of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu under the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the Covenant, and all the relevant human rights standards were not observed, and that such violations are of such gravity as to render Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's detention arbitrary under Category 3. And the working group considers, therefore, that his detention violates Article 2 and 7 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and Articles 2.1 and 26 of the Covenant, and therefore is arbitrary under Category 5. What the working group is saying so far is that all the processes that involve the extrajudicial or extraordinary rendition of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu from Kenya to the zoo, Nigeria, ab initio, are null and void. They are null and void because they were done in direct and conscious violations of rules of international covenants and the rules that guide and, of course, regulates the human rights in the world society, in the global stage. The working group notes, therefore, that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu had been denied medical treatment and medication for his heart condition. The group recalls that prolonged solitary confinement in excess of 15 consecutive days is prohibited under Rules 43, 1 and B, Rules 44 of the Mandela Rules. Further, it notes that denial of medical assistance constitutes a violation of the Nelson Mandela Rules, which is Rules 24, 25, 27, and 30 in particular. In conclusion, therefore, the working group observed in the case of Kenya and Nigeria that the deprivation of liberty of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu being in contravention of Articles 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 19 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and Articles 2, 9, 13, 14, 16, 19, and 26 of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights is arbitrary and falls within categories 1, 2, 3, and 4. The working group considers that, taking into account all the circumstances of the case, the appropriate remedy will be for the government of Nigeria to release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu immediately, unconditionally, and for both governments, talking about the Kenyan government and the Nigerian government, for both governments to accord him an enforceable right to compensation and other reparations in accordance with international law. Our leader is illegally under detention. Our leader is going through torture physically, psychologically, and mentally, illegally, under the watch of a country that parades, or countries, not a country this time, countries that parade themselves as defenders of human rights. You ask yourself, the human rights of Biafrans, is it different from the human rights of all other people that inhabit this globe? Almost 12 months since the UN working group, 12 months, 1 year, since they gave the working group gave its opinion. The Nigerian government has continued to illegally hold Mazi Nnamdi under very dehumanizing environment, hoping that his long incarceration and the accompanying torture will eventually achieve their initial plan to assassinate him when they invaded his compound, his father's compound, with a battalion of soldiers in 2017. And the British are there. They claim that they are defenders of human rights. They do not defend any human right that will not be to their shameful interest. From 2015 to 2022, before even this very UN working group came out with their opinion, a number of judicial pronouncements, orders, and judgments from different courts of competent jurisdiction, discharging and acquitting the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra of all crimes leveled against him by the Nigerian government have been made. But his fundamental human rights have continued to be violated violently and brutally. And the world are telling us that we must keep quiet. We must not say anything. We must not do anything. We must just watch. The Biafran people are not oblivious. We are not oblivious of the existence of a policy of the Nigerian establishment tailored towards achieving both the political, cultural, and economic emasculation and annihilation of the Biafran people, as well as their plan to ethnically cleanse Biafran from our ancestral homeland in order for them to take over the resources that Chukwukikabiama blessed the land of Biafra with. This is why many of them, some of the foreign missions in Nigeria, they are deep involved in blood oil money from Biafra land. They are deep involved in criminal activities of oil bunkering. And these are done at the expense of our land, of our people. As a result of this conspiracy, the indigenous people of Biafra, we have suffered untold hardship. We have suffered threat to our culture and tradition, and assault on our value system, and a near complete desolation and waste of our environment. Go to the very barren areas and you will see for yourself. Ogoni is an example. It is still there. Our land has been rendered unproductive. Those who fish whose fishing is their occupation, those who farm as an occupation, they have no lands to farm, and the rivers can no longer produce the fishes for them to fish from. It was this aspiration, this devilish desire to ethnically remove Biafran from our homeland, a place wherein we have inhabited and developed the first civilization known to man that culminated in a war of annihilation imposed upon the Biafran people by the Nigerian government in collaboration with the British government and other of their allies. Biafrans, great and very committed and loyal IPOB family members worldwide. Although we are yet to have that freedom for which all the heroes and heroines we are remembering today died for. Remembering and honoring their sacrifice constantly reminds us of the obligation we owe them and of our duty not to relent until total freedom and liberty for which they died are achieved. As has been our usage, Biafrans and the whole of Biafra land are observing today a complete lockdown of Biafra land, a sit at home in honor of our fallen heroes and our heroines, and in the honor of all the victims of the terror of the Fulani headsmen and of the Boko Haram who are in the Nigerian armed forces. In more than 120 countries around the world, Biafrans will, although some of them already gathered, and they will rally in public places in the capitals and cities of these countries to bring to the notice of the inhabitants of these areas the condition and situation of the people called the indigenous people of Biafra. The silence of the international community on the Biafran genocide, especially those Western nations whom we have believed and hoped that the suffering of our people, the constant spilling of the blood of our people in the streets of Biafra and of Nigeria, the constant violation of the rights of the indigenous people of Biafra by the Nigerian government, past and present, through the instrumentality of its security apparatus. We have hoped that these will move the international community to action, to speak up, to ask questions, and to come to the rescue of the downtrodden and the people of Biafra who are being killed on a daily basis. But no, our sufferings is nothing to them. They have rather shown a deliberate acquiescence to these crimes against humanity that had been and continue to be meted against the indigenous people of Biafra. The Nigerian government, emboldened by the lack of will and lack of interest on the part of the international community to be alive to its responsibility, rightly assumed therefore, that they are at liberty to continue with the annihilation of the Biafran people. They are at liberty to continue with the murder, the daylight murder of youths, women and children on the streets of Biafra land. They have assumed that they are at liberty to create a war situation in our land, dotting every nook and cranny with army or police checkpoints, in fact turning the whole of our land into a one big prison yard. Yes, Our land has been turned into a war zone, but without the official declaration of war, as military and police checkpoints, they dot the nooks and crannies of Biafra land, our villages and our towns. The indigenous people of Biafra believe that humanity can do better than they have done on the issue of Biafra. This was why we wrote to. This was why we demonstrated peaceably across cities and capitals of the world. This was why we pleaded with. This was why we cried to those who claim to be worldly defenders of democracy and human rights. We went to United Nations, not one, not twice, not thrice, not 4 times. We went to the European Union. We communicated leaders of the world and brought the condition of our people to their notice. We let them understand that they have to intervene. But it is now very clear to us, very, very clear to the Biafran people, that defending the human rights of Biafrans will not serve the agenda of these imperialists. After having heard our cries, after having seen the atrocities being committed, their silence has become louder than it can be imagined. We, therefore, the Biafran people, we will today, 30th of May 2023, we will plead no more. We will cry no more. Our destiny as Biafrans is now in our own hand. And with Chukwokika directing our hands and guiding our feet on the path to total freedom and total liberation, we shall be victorious. We shall plead no more. And of course, in our refusal to plead anymore, we will change our strategy. But that is not for today. For today is a day to pay homage, to pay respect, to remember and honor them that have come before us and have made an enormous contribution for our well-being and for our freedom. It is in accordance with its responsibility and pursuance of its stated aims and objectives, which of course we know there is only one objective of the indigenous people of Biafra led by Mazi and Kanu. It is the emancipation of our people, the freedom of our land, and the restoration of the broken walls and valleys that had made our land what it was in days and years and decades and centuries gone by. In the exercise of its universally recognized and guaranteed right to self-determination, it is our right. The Directorate of State of the Indigenous People of Biafra request and urge every genuine and hardcore IPOB family members worldwide to tighten their belt for the final push across the finishing line of our fight for liberation. It is at this time that we must be at alert. We must learn something from the liberation movement of the early 20th century. We must be aware that the modus operandi of the imperialists and new imperialists is to create enemies within every genuine liberation movement and attempt to destroy the liberation movement from within. They will create saboteurs whose singular job is to distract and derail every genuine liberation movement, such as IPOB. We must therefore be on the lookout for these agents of the West working solely for their selfish interests and that of their paymasters. When we identify these moles in our midst, we must be very firm and weed them out of our movement. There shall be no pattern. Biafrans, it may interest you. It may interest you and those of you who are listening to know that for the past 2 years, since our leader was devilishly, extraordinarily renditioned, the Nigerian government has spent in excess of $650 million US dollars. I'll repeat it. For the past 2 years, since the extraordinary rendition of our leader and the continued incarceration of Onyendu in the underground dungeon of the DSS, the Nigerian government has spent in excess of $650 million US dollars. For what, you may ask? To develop, to build infrastructure? Not at all. This amount, which is a conservative estimate, was budgeted just to destroy the IPOB and its leadership, so as to perpetually subjugate our race to eternal slavery. This is why we have seen from 2012 to the present not less than 5 agents in the form of Biafra government in exile, which are set up by Western intelligence agencies, such as the MI6 and the CIA, to play the role that people and saboteurs and agents played during the early time of the liberation movement. We can still remember people like Patrice Lumumba. We see the gory and graphic way that a man who came out to liberate his people was murdered by these intelligence agencies of the Western world. We know what happened to Thomas Sankara and many of them. That is why they have concentrated in USA. This is where the problem of IPOB is emanating from. This is why they have concentrated in UK, United Kingdom. These are the two nations that are the hem of affairs of trying to derail through the creation of these agent provocateurs our march to freedom. But they are late. They came late because train has left the station already. IPOB will no longer ignore any clear and verifiable act of sabotage from politicians of Biafran origin, because they are part of this conspiracy. They are the ones, the politicians in Biafra land, the ones on the ground. You know, they will come and speak from both sides of the mouth. They will tell you what thing they have to do. They will seek relevance with the name of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the leader of this great movement, during the day, and in the night join nocturnal meetings with our enemies for the purpose of sabotaging our march to freedom and for the purpose of continuing to sabotage the release of Onyendu Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Biafrans, despite the genocide committed against us in the past, notwithstanding the past and current economic emasculation policies of the Nigerian state, through the seizure and destruction of our properties and means of livelihood, and in spite of state-orchestrated acts of terror and violence, constant and continuous disappearances and extrajudicial murders of the Biafran people, this generation of Biafrans have remained focused. This generation of indigenous people of Biafra, we have remained unwavering in the quest for our ultimate objective, as did our heroes and heroines, whom we are remembering and honoring today. We have done this by exhibiting an uncanny determination to sacrifice limb and pleasure for the joy of living a free people in our ancestral homeland. Our burning desire to be free, that love for end of liberty, that is so intrinsic to our nature, is what propels us, and it is that confuses the enemy. Despite all their crimes against us, we are marching forward to the ultimate objective. This attribute of the Biafran people, this explains this hunger for freedom, this thirst for us to be in charge of our own affairs. It explains the agitation to exercise our fundamental right to self-determination. People must understand that. It is not, as our leader has always said, we do not hate anybody. We do not hate nobody in the zoo, no nation. But the innate desire to be a free people, the innate desire for us to use the talents endowed upon our people by heaven, by Chukwuabiam, for the benefit of our people. This is what propels our agitation for a separate nation, a free, independent, and sovereign Biafran nation. And we are pursuing this in accordance with the principles of self-determination recognized and guaranteed under the United Nations and the African Union systems. Finally, great Biafrans. Finally, I urge the indigenous people of Biafra worldwide to remain resolute in their fight for liberation and pursuit of freedom, because there is no alternative. I urge you to remain focused, because this fight must come to an end in the shortest possible time. It is not and will not be a fight that we will live for our children. No. This leadership of IPOB, this very indigenous people of Biafra, led by Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, we have a date with history, and we will bring this fight to conclusion, to the glory of Chukwuabiam and to the joy of our people. It is in this respect, therefore, that I urge all of you to maintain the discipline for which the world has now come to associate IPOB with. Maintain your discipline amongst the family members. I urge you today to remain firm in your conviction, because our cause is a just cause. The cause of the Biafran people is a just cause. Be rest assured that opinion of the UN can simply let you understand that we are pursuing what is right. We are pursuing what is proper. We are pursuing what we are asking for, what belongs to us. I urge you also to reject every form of irritation and distraction from agent provocateurs and focus on our objective, which is the restoration of the sovereign and independent nation of Biafra. At that alone, the restoration, the declaration of a free, independent, and sovereign Biafra nation is the only way the souls of millions of our dead heroes and heroines will have rest, and the only way through which we may accord them the honor that is due to them. Oyendu says, it is to the dead, those who have come and gone, those who have made their sacrifices. It is to them that we owe our loyalty. It is to this end that I reaffirm, therefore, on behalf of the Directorate of State of the Indigenous People of Biafra, I therefore reaffirm today on behalf of the indigenous people of Biafra that our inalienable right to determine our cultural, our economic, and our political systems, as well as our right to self-determination as indigenous people, which right is proclaimed, which right is guaranteed by the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of the Indigenous People of Biafra to Self-Determination, and Articles 5, 6, 7, and 12 of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, which documents have all been ratified and domesticated by the Nigerian government since 1983. Wonderful and great people of Biafra, hardcore IPOB family members worldwide, men and women of goodwill, lovers of freedom. We commend all your efforts today as we remember these our heroes. And we ask you to go and walk along with us as we head to the finishing line of this very, very struggle for our freedom and for our liberation. We must continue to put our leader in prayer. We must continue to supplicate to heaven to keep him well and, of course, release him to us, bring him out to us soonest, so that together with him at the helm of this very movement, we can continue to march to our free and sovereign Biafran nation. Long live Biafra. Long live the indigenous people of Biafra. Thank you for listening to me, and may Chukwuabiama bless all of you and keep all of you and guide all of you, that as you have gathered today from wherever you may have left your homes to gather in cities around the world today, that he will also lead you back home safely to your homes, and of course, to your families. One more thing, please. Those in Biafra land, I made a mention last time for people to get a kola nut, our local kola nut, and use it as a contact to thank Chukwuabiama, and of course, to pray for the souls of those who have come before us, and to commend and commit Onyendu into the hand of heaven. So those of you who have those kola nuts, now, if you have not done it already, you wait until 12 midday, and that is when you shall break your kola and do your prayer. And of course, our ancestors were here in heaven, will listen. Thank you for listening, and may Chukwuabiama bless all of you. And from me, I want to say to you from here, good morning.
Good evening, wonderful people, great Biafrans, wherever you are on the face of this very planet. We assuredly welcome you to another explosive, another exciting edition of our live presentation, going out this very day, the 19th day of the 7th month of the year, July, in the year of our Most High Elohim, 2020. The time now is exactly a minute past 7 p.m. in the blessed land of Biafra. Regardless of where you are, what you're doing, we say good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night to some of you, because there is no other broadcaster that is indigenous to Africa that can boast of a coverage that is truly worldwide, that is truly global. Because across the 24 time zones of this very planet Earth, men, women, and children are listening to this wonderful broadcast. They have come that they may know the truth. They have come that they may become educated and enlightened. This is bar none the greatest university on the face of the earth. Friends of Biafra are listening. Lovers of freedom are listening. Even our enemies are coming to be educated. And I'm very, very happy, and I'm very glad that even those in Calabar and its environs in Cross River State, Acom, going all the way into the blessed land of Ambazonia, they are all listening. Because CHK 102.1 FM is in Calabar as we speak. It is also in Acom, transmitting all the way into Ambazonia. We are unstoppable. There is no force on this very earth that is capable of even slowing us down. We have come to do the will of the Most High, the God Almighty in heaven, workers of iniquity, the children of perdition, those who are fathered by the Janjaweed before and during, even after the war. Those who have come to do the work of Lucifer. We welcome each and every one of you, because before your eyes Biafra will be restored, and everything humanly possible is being done to ensure that that is the case. As I welcome you, I will ask you to welcome those who are around you. I have not forgotten the very wonderful work we are doing with Alemajiri and the Janjaweed. They too are more than welcome to join us to understand that has been hidden from them, because in the zoo there is no history. In the zoo, the education system, exactly the same way their security architecture is no longer existent, is how it has precipitously collapsed. Only here on Radio Biafra is the truth being spoken. I say it with every assurance. I say it with every conviction. If you want to know the truth, you must listen to us. Everything else is hogwash. Everything else they tell you is bunkum. Here you get the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. We remain spotlessly clean, whiter than white and whiter than snow. That is why we possess the Midas touch. Anything we touch turns into gold. Everything we touch turns into gold. That is why we have placed the zoo where we want it to be. Of course, Biafra has, not us. Or should I say, through the work that we are doing. The zoo is rocking. It is collapsing every blessed day. And I maintain that as the rock is still empty. There's nobody there. They can play all the games they like, but as long as you come with your pen and your paper and a bit of common sense with you, as long as the janjaweed do not forget their slate and their chalk, as long as those of them who wish to learn do not forget their pencil and their writing material, then they are more than welcome to participate, because this is the thing you're going to learn. That thing that is hidden from you, all those things they don't want you to know, here you will learn all of them. Because we are not going back, we don't understand what the word retreat means. Ever since we came to perform these very noble tasks we have been ordained by heaven to undertake, we have never taken a step backwards. It's only forward that we have been going. That is why those who are not able to be part of what we are doing, they are doing their damn best to ensure that they can become part of IPOB, but they can never be. Not now, not tomorrow, not ever. Because for you to be IPOB means you're chosen by God in heaven to carry out a work on this very earth. If you're not chosen from birth, you cannot be IPOB. My name is Nnamdi Kanu. I am the leader of this very global phenomenon, IPOB, the largest mass movement on the face of the earth. The only people who, without guns or bullets, manage to cripple the government of a contraption. So much so that today they have taken to childishness in order to try to curtail this very excellent work that we are doing. I am the director of Radio Biafra and Biafra Television, and a very humble servant of the wonderful people of Biafra. We do not condone evil. We do not condone lies. We do not condone treachery. We do not condone sabotage. We do not condone those who are fathered by the workers of iniquity. Here we are relentlessly marching towards Biafra restoration, and there is nothing anybody can do about it. It is a challenge to ever. Sometimes we say it and they say we are arrogant. Of course we are not. It's a challenge to every idiot out there. If you think you can try. Try as much as you can. Do everything within your powers. Gossip your lives away all you care. We are unstoppable. Wanting to get this year, and then you will know how serious we are. And there will be no pity. Sabo, oh, heaven forbid. There will be no pity. When the time comes, don't I didn't warn you. We must hand over our proceedings to the Most High as always. Because without God in heaven, we are nothing. Without IPOB cannot be where it is today. Without the creator of the heavens and the earth, I will not be alive today. Therefore, we must hand over our proceedings. I proudly proclaim it, that without God, there will be no Biafra. I told Ifeanyi, my friend, many years ago, nearly 15 years ago, I said to him in London that we cannot proceed unless the God Almighty in heaven takes center stage. And that is what we have done. And that is why we are unstoppable. We don't worship idol. I don't worship idol. Anything that the hand of man touches cannot be worshipped and cannot be God. I proclaim that is why IPOB is formidable. We are formidable because we worship one true God in heaven. The God of every creation, the God of every religion, the God of every faith and every persuasion. Because only Him and Him alone does every glory, adoration, adulation and praise belong to. We must worship him. And this very evening, with the time standing at 9 minutes past 7 p.m. in the land of Biafra and the same number of minutes past the top of the hour wherever you are, we are going to pray the Psalm of David. It is a prayer I pray all the time for IPOB. It is a prayer that I pray for all the children of Biafra wherever they are on the face of this very earth. If you are a Biafran and you are genuine, you are IPOB. If you are not, then you are at liberty to call yourself whatever you choose. But for us, we are the children of the Most High, the very chosen millions, I should say. Not millions, but millions right across the world, doing the work that will bring in light into the darkness that Africa has become. That is the pivotal position Biafra is occupying in the affairs of those who come from the southern hemisphere, especially those of, should I say, of a slightly darker skin color, so to speak. And let us pray, please. Wherever you are, you must bow down your heads and we must pray. According to the preacher, the psalmist, and he prayed to the Most High, and he said, whoever dwells in the shelter of the Most High will rest in the shadow of the Almighty. And when I pray this prayer, I place IPOB at the very center of the grace of God. And I will say of Elohim, you are my refuge and my fortress, you are my God in whom I trust. Because you will save your children from the foul snare and from the deadly pestilence, even COVID-19. For you will cover us with your feathers, and under your wings are we finding refuge today, regardless of what the enemies do, regardless of what the very brutal state have done to your children, all the massacres everywhere, in Aba, in Onisha, in Enugu, in Mbama, in Bayelsa, everywhere in Iguacha, they have tried to eliminate your children, they have tried to instill fear into us, but we have risen to continue our relentless march, because you have found favor in us, O Heavenly Father. We are not afraid of the terrorists that come by night, those of them in army uniform of the zoo, those of them from their police or from their DSS, nor their arrows that fly by the day, nor the pestilence that stalks in the darkness, nor the plague that destroys at midday. People are falling everywhere. People are capitulating. They are joining the Janjaweed in the prolongation of their own subjugation. But we have remained these very IPOB, resolute and strong, unshakable, unbribable, unbuyable. That is why they fall by our right and our left, but nothing shall touch us, because we are observing with our own eyes the punishment that is being visited upon the wicked. For we will continue to say, the Lord is our refuge, and the Most High God Chukukikabiama is our dwelling place. No harm shall overcome us. No disaster shall come close to the tent of IPOB. For angels of heaven are under instructions to protect this very noble family and all that it represents, until Biafra is restored to the glory of the God in heaven, the Most High, the creator of the heavens and the earth, now and forevermore we pray. He said, as I said, those of you in Calabar, you are listening. Those in Ecom, you are listening. Very shortly, we are going to restore our relay station in Warri as well. We are expanding. Even Abuja will hear from us very shortly. Everywhere you go, people will receive this very noble gospel without further hesitation. We are going to delve in directly to our presentation this very evening. I know that everybody is listening. Even people are hiding under the bed to listen. Some are in their wardrobe, some are in their cupboard, some are pretending they are watching something on YouTube. But of course, they should be listening to us. Because this very evening, if you want to participate in what we are doing, you must go to my Facebook page at Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. If you go to any of our apps, you will be able to listen to us. We are also on YouTube. People are listening to us via satellite. Those of you with strong decoder, if you want to be a part of what we are doing, you're more than welcome to do so. But you must not be possessed of weak constitution. Because here we tell you the truth the way it is, without fear nor favor. This very evening I want to build a foundation upon which we are going to rest our gospel, so to speak. It is a news that we discovered, so to speak, or somebody brought to my attention from the BBC. It is the story about slavery, how a Biafran, the headline says, my Nigerian grandfather, or should I say great-grandfather, sold slaves. The reason why I have chosen this is because it is very simple. I want to let the world understand, and especially we black people from Africa, to know this, that we are going through the mess we are going through today, all the suffering, all the pain, all the poverty, all the hunger, all the deprivation, all the absence of infrastructure, because we want to go through all these difficulties. It is not the fault of the white man. I'm making it abundantly clear. According to this very, of course, coming from the BBC, you know, we are all slightly, should I say, we have our doubts about it. But what I want you to understand is that this very epistle from this lady is absolutely correct. We are the architects of our own problems. Therefore, what it means, therefore, is that for us to solve this very problem, we must also look inwards. Not externally, but inwards. All the problems afflicting us is our own making. If we want to get away from it, we must be able to look at ourselves and tell ourselves the truth. There is a debate going on all over the world about race relations, which is racism, colonialism, and slavery. Now, this is the headline from BBC. Or should I say the subtext under their headline. Some of Europeans and Americans who have made their fortunes in trading human beings have seen their legacies reassessed, their statues toppled, and their names removed from public buildings. In other words, white people in America, white people in Europe have visited everybody who had a hand in slavery. They've realized their mistakes, and they have done the noble thing by pulling down all the statues, by making sure that the buildings named after these dealers in human beings is torn down. But there is another side to it. Before the white man came, what was the behavior of your local village African? What were you doing with your own people? That tells you everything you need to know about who we are. And the reason why Radio Biafra came and IPOB is here today, for the world to understand that we have recognized that the problems that we are going through is not as a result of colonialism. It is not as a result of whatever a white man may have done. The difficulties we are facing, not just in Biafra land, not just in the wider Nigeria, not even in Sub-Saharan Africa, is because of the way a black man reasons. That is all. Nothing more, nothing less. And over the years, the people that are called the neo-colonialists, they are the most horrible set of people ever. Those who are saying to us that our engineers cannot build bridges. For you to build a bridge, you have to go and bring Julius Berger from Germany. For you to build a road, you have to go to China to go and build a construction firm. Whereas there are graduates who are engineers at home from our own universities who cannot get a job to build the roads that we all need as a critical infrastructure for any society to function. I want people to understand this. The problem with Africa is this: if you continue to reason like a typical black person, there will never be any improvement in your life. You need to change the way you reason. There was something we learned, something I learned personally from studying in Europe, in England for that matter. There is something they do very cleverly, and I want you to understand this. Do you know that coronavirus is rampaging the whole of America, destroying lives, laying cities to, should I say, communities to waste? People are dying every day. Everybody knows that that very virus came from a lab in Wuhan in China. That very virus was transmitted right across Europe. It went to Italy, it caused a lot of havoc. It went to France, it killed a lot of people. It went into UK, it devastated populations. It went into America, and it's still ravaging. Do you know one thing I discovered about white people? Do you know in all these countries of Western Europe and North America, none of them have ever risen up to blame China? President Trump has said it now and again. But in the end, the people of America keep reminding him that you were ill prepared. You didn't prepare very well for it. Do you see how white people reason? Although the virus emanated from China, they expect their governments to have done something about it. They don't expect the Chinese to save them. They expect their own government to save them. Now, compare that with how people reason in Africa, how we Africans reason. Whenever there is a problem, we look to blame an outsider. We never blame our own shortcomings, because Americans are saying to President Trump, the reason why we have CIA, we have Secret Service, we have all these people working and being paid through taxpayer money is for you to anticipate all these problems even before they get to us and to prepare to mitigate them. Do you understand that in Africa we never hold ourselves responsible for anything? And that is why we are suffering. That is why you see people all over the place not knowing their left from their right. We never blame ourselves for anything. Yes, racism is very bad. Slavery is very bad. All of these things are horrible. But ask yourself a very simple question. Who gave the white man the impetus to come to West Africa to offload our people? Literally, harvest us from our villages and take us to the Caribbean, to the Americas, to Europe, to become slaves to fellow human beings. Do you understand? Do you now follow? Now, listen very carefully. There is a Biafran journalist. Her name is Adobe Tricia Nwobani. She wrote about how her ancestors sold slaves. We sold our own people. People are wondering, why are we suffering? Why is there no light, no good roads, nothing seems to be functioning, no good hospitals? Every day is like a cursed day in our lives. There is no country in West Africa that is doing very well. People don't know where these problems are coming from. The problems are coming from the fact that you sold your own people to foreigners, to enslave them, to subjugate them. The same thing is happening today with the Fulefus and the traitors and the saboteurs. They keep selling their people. They are not content. They keep selling them. They keep undermining any effort that will bring about liberation. They're against it. These are the modern day slave traders that you have. But they don't have human beings to sell. If they did, they would have sold all of us. This is about unmaking, not the making of the white man. Adobe Tricia Nwobani wrote a book, and in the extract she said, my great-grandfather Nwobani Ogogo Riaku was what I prefer to call a businessman from the Igbo ethnic group of southeastern Nigeria. He dealt in a number of goods, including tobacco and palm produce. He also sold human beings. Now, do you understand it? And I have said this thing to you before, even in the scriptures, because there is no family, there is nobody anywhere in Biafra land that doesn't anchor their faith on the existence and the benevolence of the Most High, that is a God in heaven. And they also know, a majority of them in this day and age, base their belief systems, or should I say their understanding of the mystery of God the Creator around the Torah, the Old Testament, and the New Testament. Put together they call the Bible. Everybody believes in that. And if you go there into the Word of God, He has said it many, many times. You don't kidnap people, which was what we were doing and selling to white people. You don't sell your own people. It is very clearly written. In other words, we have broken the two cardinal rules that God gave to us that we shouldn't break. And that is why Africa is suffering. I want to start this evening by telling you that the problem that we have is in us. It is inside us as a people, as a race. And we must eradicate it. She wanted to say, my father had agents. They captured slaves. Kidnapping didn't start today. They captured slaves. They called them slaves. These are free people who went to the farm to go and farm. Somebody will come and grab them, tie them for a white man, and deliver to the white man and collect money. And you want God to love you. Is that what you think? You want God to... The same thing that is happening today. The same thing that is happening today, there is no difference. They will sell you. They will do everything they can in order to get ahead in life. All they are looking for is money. They sold slaves through Calabar and Bonny, through Opobo. People from, listen carefully, of course she's correct. People from ethnic groups along the coast, such as the Efik and the Zon, usually acted as street dogs, which they come, the white man will meet them and say, I want you to be a middleman, I want you to start selling your people. They give them tobacco, they give them snuff, they give them cigarettes, they give them whiskey. And the business has begun. You now start to sell your own people. I am saying this for the whole world to understand that as you're blaming white people for slavery and tearing down the statutes of slave dealers and slave traders, you must not forget one simple fact. It was Africans that sold their own people before the white man came. Before the Europeans came, we used to sell to the Arabs. We used to sell to the Arabs. When that one closed, the Pope announced you can go to Africa and take slaves. They started coming to West Africa. And we obliged them. Dahomey was emptied. Badagry was emptied. Along the entire coast was emptied. All the way to Gabon. Emptied of our people. They are the blacks that are still being killed in America till this very day. That is the history of our people. And upon this very simple foundation are we going to weave the entire broadcast tonight for you to understand that the difficulties we're encountering, the problems we're having on a daily basis is down to the very simple fact that we don't know how to take care of one another. We don't understand it. We don't look at our actions and say to ourselves, is what we are doing inimical to the advancement of our people or not? We don't do that. We don't do it. And in IPOB or Radio Biafra, we tell ourselves the raw, painful truth that we may learn from it and advance. And that's what we're doing tonight. Now listen very carefully. Our problem is this. Because we are fighting for liberation. Everybody wants to be free. Absolutely everyone. Oduduwa wants to be free. Middle Belt wants to be free. Hausa wants to be free. Kanu wants to. Everybody in the abominable contraption, the zoo, wants to be free. Now ask yourselves, why are you not free? It's because of the greed of some people. Other people see themselves, oh, I am the governor. So if freedom for our people means that I will no longer be called Her Excellency or His Excellency, then to hell with freedom for everybody. This is a typical enslaved master. That is how they behave. Because I'm a senator. And if freedom means dissolving the whole of the zoo called Nigeria, if dissolving Nigeria will bring freedom to people, then I don't want that freedom. Because now is my turn. I'm going to be here for 8 years. I am a senator. I want to make that money that others have made before me. This is how they reason. I want the world to understand that even in a place like Nigeria, even in an abominable contraption that the white man created, the same white man that came to take you, created a nation for you and you accepted, the same people who are there today, they are the architects, they are their own worst enemies. That is how a black man reasons. When I say it, somebody wrote to me angrily and said, you are promoting white, supremacy. And I said, no, you are being very ignorant. I am telling, can you fault anything I say? Forget about the delivery of the message. Can you fault anything I say? He told me, no, I cannot fault it. I said, then what is your problem? That is the thing about black people. They don't want to learn, correct their mistakes and move on. I'm asking you, somebody said that I will not allow. I know that everybody, every pundit in the world, every commentator, every analyst, everybody knows that for there to be freedom for all, Nigeria has to fall, Nigeria has to fall. They know it. Once you dissolve the Jew in Nigeria, everybody will be free. And they know it very well. Even a rat, a cockroach, Ochita knows about this. Now ask yourself, why is that not happening? Because there are people with vested interest. Oh, you're telling me I'll be here and Nigeria will collapse. Once Nigeria collapses, that means I will no longer be making money. That means I may lose my house in Katsina. I'm an Igbo man, I'm in Sokoto, that means my shop. But in that his shop, he'll be there one day, he will be killed inside his shop. His neighbors have been killed. He can see it very clearly. Now, that is the way that black people reason. That is what we have come to do, to let them understand that if you continue to reason this way, there can never be any improvement in your life. Impossible. And they have their agents. There are people, ask anybody of a sound mind, what is it about Nigeria that you want to keep Nigeria as one? What is it that Nigeria is absolutely nothing unless they are corrupt, their politicians or their agents, or they are hoping that their village will get their own town in the year 2099? Is that how human beings are supposed to behave? Is that how people with brain is supposed to behave, I ask? Do you now see that the problem of black people is black people and not white people? White people are doing what they are supposed to do. It is called taking advantage. That is how life is. That is how human nature works. You made yourselves commodities and they came and they bought you. They took you by force. You put yourself in that position. That is what our sister is writing about, and that is the truth. Have we begged the world? Have you seen black people gather together and go to America and beg black Americans? Kneel down. People are doing taking the knee. You see Nancy Pelosi. You see a few world leaders, kneeling down in deference to Black Lives Matter. The people, the real culprits, we Africans are the real criminals, the real culprits. Have we ever gone to America to say to Americans, please, black Americans, we are sorry for what our ancestors did. What they did is absolutely, it's abominable, it is horrible, it is terrible. We've not done it. Because we don't like taking responsibility. Not at all. People, because of political ambition, you want to run for office. I had a lawyer once representing me when I was incarcerated. And they asked him, he said his business is not about if Nnamdi Kanu is out or not, or dies in prison. He wants to go and contest for House of Reps. And he used my name to get close to the governor of Enugu State so he can go and contest for House of Reps. Those are black people for you. That comes to what I want to preach tonight. The lack of consistency in black people. They never believe in one thing and believe in that thing. They keep going. They keep going no matter the obstacle. They keep going. After a while, they just fall by the wayside. Very fickle-minded, very feeble. We lack discipline. We lack discipline, and we lack dedicated focus. Why do you think IPOB is a phenomenon all over the world? Everybody talks about IPOB for good or for bad. It's up to them. But you must discuss us. You must talk about us. You must. Because we have a stranglehold over you. Do you know why? Do you know why you must discuss IPOB, Nnamdi Kanu, Biafra every day? Do you know why? Because we are resolutely dedicated to the pursuit of freedom for Biafra and for every other trapped ethnic nationality in the damnable zoological republic. And do you know the funniest thing? Is that the people we are fighting for, they know this. Even the Hausa man knows. If you ask him, a Hausa man will tell you, Nnamdi Kanu is fighting for me. I feel this fight. Somebody in Yoruba will tell you something. Because they understand. They can look beyond all the noise, basically, and understand what we stand for. And we have been doing it consistently. Consistently. No amount of intimidation, no amount of extrajudicial killings, no amount of bribery, no amount of cajoling, nothing is going to, and they know it. Our enemies, they understand. That is why they are afraid of us. And they must be. Who are you not to be afraid of IPOB? Who are you? You must be afraid of us. Is it because we kill? No, we don't. Do we have guns? Are we militants? Of course we do. We don't have any guns. We're not militants. But ask yourself, why are they afraid of a group of people, a nation of unarmed people? Within it lies all the answer to your paranoia. Within it. We are not focused. We are easily distracted by rubbish. Every person rubbish. We get distracted by it. Churchill once said, and somebody posted it a few days ago, if you throw stone at every barking dog on your way to something very important, you will never get to your destination. Every idiotic dog that comes out and barks, you respond. Every idiot that speaks, you respond. How can you be focused and focus on the enemy? That is what the enemy wants you to do, to become distracted. Our focus at all is that rock. Our focus is the collapse of that rock. You don't shake from it. You don't allow yourself to become diverted. You remain focused like a laser beam because it's empty. Empty. We must focus on that thing that we have come for, which is freedom. That is number one. Everything else is secondary and inconsequential. Some idiots thought my absence for a few days an opportunity for them to showcase their stupidity and power-hungry tendencies. Let me see the idiot I have come. Let me see the fool, or should I say fools? People who are not disciplined. Who are not disciplined. It's only in Africa you have somebody that a civilian president appointed or promoted him or her to a major general position, or maybe as a brigadier general. And after 2 days they plot a coup. That is the idiotic thing about, that is the stupid thing about black people in Africa. We are so useless. We don't need it. That was why coup plotting became a craze in Africa. And a black man thinks, if I'm holding AK-47, I'm powerful, I can now rule everybody. They all went to school where a general will kneel down before a civilian president. They learned nothing. They will never learn anything. That is the thing about black people. And that is why we seek for freedom for Biafra. We want to build a nation that the world will look at and they will marvel. They will say, my goodness, we never thought that black can do such a thing. That is why we preach to you the way we do. That is why we are uncompromising in the way we lecture you about what you need to know before we go into Biafra. Because Biafra cannot be like the zoo. Our sister posted earlier today that even these days that men gossip more than women. I said, yes, when you're born under the bridge in Ojuelaba, what do you expect? Near a dustbin, a stinking dustbin. What do you expect? Those of us that grew up in the village, we have no time for such rubbish. No time for such nonsense. Who are you that will talk about you? It's only idiots that talk about human beings. Great people talk about ideas. That is what we're doing in IPOB. That idea is freedom for Biafra. Nothing else. If you stand in front of us, we will crush you completely and totally. Those in our they ran away, didn't they? The church all the youths 1 years ago, they ran away. When IPOB came, just for burial, they ran away. And we'll catch them one by one. And we'll set example with them that other people may learn. That other fathered bastards in our land, they will learn. I have given the order. An example will be set with Oba that others will learn. That next time when we speak, they listen. What happened yesterday was just a preamble. They should keep running because we'll get them. They want you to engage the Kulefus and forget about HAUSA-SERVICE, which is where we're heading to. That our focus is HAUSA-SERVICE, the collapse of it. Not any, forget about the Kulefu who trace us what they're saying around you. That was how they deceived us for very many years. It's the minority. South and the Southeast. Southeast, Bendel. Bendel or Delta. The Delta to Niger Delta. Nobody knows who he or she is anymore. Any name they give you, you take. Every rubbish that comes, you accept. Every nonsense, every garbage. Oh, they hate you. Oh, do you know that they hate you, man? Do you know if they hate you? I said, who told you that? Who told you? You accept every garbage they give you. And here we can't accept it. Absolutely not. I grew up in the village, and everybody knows how much we hate housefly. You know how much we hate housefly where we come from. Everybody hates flies. We hate it. If you're eating a fly perches on any part of your gari or apple, you quickly cut it out, or even rice. You take that bit that the fly perched on and you throw it away. I want you to listen to what I'm saying now very, very carefully about flies, because Sabo and traitors are like flies. Those who are just buzzing around, they're like flies. I want you to understand this very carefully. When you're eating in the village, or anywhere for that matter, and a fly perches on any part of your food, what do? You cut out that part of the food and throw it away, because you feel it's contaminated. Yes? Good. But remember this. Despite this very fact that we don't want flies around us, anytime a fly is as stupid as to fall into a keg or barrel of palm wine, what do? Would we throw the palm wine away? No. We quietly filter out the flies and proceed to drink that same palm wine, because that is an indication that that wine is very healthy. Anytime you see sabo buzzing around your ears, know that what you're doing is great. We are the only freedom fighting movement standing, not just in Biafra and not just in the Zoological Republic. The whole of Africa as a whole, only IPOB is standing, bearing this very standard of freedom and hope for every single black person on the face of the earth. That's what we represent. And when a fly falls into your palm wine, you filter it out. It is called mamiji. Some of you that know. You quietly you drink that wine. We never throw away palm wine because a fly fell into it. No. But remember, if a that same fly touches your food, you will take that part of your food and you throw it away. That is what all these detractors are trying to do to you. When they fall into your wine, as I do, palm wine, you filter them out. You drink it. You don't say why you drink it. To tell them that they are nothing. That's how you're supposed to behave, because you're IPOB. You are chosen by God Almighty in heaven to fight for the freedom of not just yourself, but every oppressed black person on the face of the earth. And we are not going to accomplish it through sentiments. It is not something you do by mere wishful thinking. It is something you accomplish by doing that which is right. Remain focused and disciplined. Don't allow yourselves to be distracted. Of course not. Of course not. The same goes for Sabo. You need saboteurs to make you appreciate how potent IPOB is. Because when else they cannot come. If that one is not good, the fly can never come close to it. Do you understand that? That was like somebody was said that a fly is like a poison tester for you. In the olden days, elders will watch a fly. Any food they perch on and die, that food, a human cannot consume it. Are you aware of that? That is, do you know you cannot drink perfume? If you open, a vial of perfume, if you open your bottle of perfume and you leave it, will a fly come to it? A fly cannot come to it. If you drink that perfume, you'll be poisoned. You may die from it. I don't want to go into too much, because that is the advantage of growing up in the village. When you grow up in the village, you know a lot of things. When you grow up under a bridge somewhere, I feel sorry for you. And some of you from there, you travel abroad. That's the bye-bye now. What do you know? Not absolutely nothing. The only thing that ties you to Biafra is just your name. Apart from your name, you are not a Biafran. Absolutely not. You need people to remind you as to how potent you are. Without all these professional gossipers, you're nobody. That's to tell you how mighty IPOB is. The whole world over. And that is why we managed to be able to bring the zoo down to its knees. The people they call miscreants, all manner of names. What haven't they called us before? Today, the zoo is on its knees because of what God Almighty is doing with IPOB. We are the people that stopped the zoo. For people who do not know, we are IPOB. We are the ones that stopped the zoo, Nigeria, from having a president. They have no president. Do they have one? Let him come out and do a live interview. Let him address Nigerians live. Let him address the inhabitants of the zoo, Niger area. Let him come out live. Do you know why? IPOB. Who says you're not powerful? You don't know how strong you are. You have no idea. Why do you think they want to distract attention? Because you're mighty. Because of this IPOB, the world has no regard for the zoo. They are crying. No one has any regard for them. We are simply unstoppable, and our enemies understand this. I'm ashamed that some of us spend time responding to inconsequential idiots that nobody has ever heard about. The only reason why you hear about these tools is because they mention IPOB. You have to be relevant, you have to mention IPOB, or else you're nobody. You are nobody. If you want contract in Abuja, you castigate IPOB in Nnamdi Kanu. If you want to get ahead in life, you must say something bad about Biafra. That is how powerful we are. That without our names, nobody will know who these idiots are. That's how powerful you are, if you don't know. Ask them, okay, talk about yourself. They won't exist. Never exist. Nobody will know them. That's how strong we are. How powerful we are. We are unstoppable. Absolutely that. Parasites will come. They need our name to shine. We must ignore them and watch them disappear. Our firepower from tonight is going to be focused on the zoo and nothing else. Some of you are foolishly engaging idiots that have no standing and no reckoning. Absolutely none whatsoever. Our future, if we continue this way, is going to be like that of the departed Ezekiel's work. For those who don't know about the danger that the zoo Nigeria portends, if you want to know how damaging Nigeria is to an average, sensible human being, the story of the late engineer Ezekiel's work is a timely reminder. Or the Yoruba girl that was killed, the helicopter pilot. Some of you are aware of all these things. Why did these people die? Ask yourself that. Because of a place called Nigeria. In any other place in the world, they'll still be alive and thriving. In any other place, Ezekiel's work will be like Henry Ford. Somebody, do you know that the fact that you're driving a car today, or let me just say in the 40s or in the 50s or in the 60s, was because of a man called Henry Ford. Do you know what Henry Ford did? Henry Ford commercialized automobile production. He industrialized it. He made cars affordable for ordinary people. That was why he was voted the capitalist, or should I say the businessman of the 20th century. Henry Ford. We have here in Ezekiel's work, we have our own Henry Ford, but because he's a Biafran, because he's blessed, and unfortunately he found himself in a British contraction called Nigeria. His life ended in failure, not for him personally, but for society. Now he's dead because he's a Nigerian. And all the support and help he should have received, all that support and help, they are now in hotel buildings in Dubai, in plush mansions in London, in Swiss bank accounts. Why? Because of Nigeria. And that is why we want it to fall, by all means. Is this the future you want for look at your child? Some of you have very bright children, boys and girls, who want to be engineers, who want to create something, technicians, they want to build something. Maybe some of them are right now showcasing their talent. Look at his work. I want to let you know that as long as Nigeria exists, as long as Nigeria is existing, you can never attain your full potential unless you're a criminal in politics. They are the only ones who attain their life's ambition, which is to loot and to keep looting. That is the pinnacle of success in the zoo, is how much you have stolen. Ezekiel's work is dead. Is that the truth? This is a man that in any sane society they would have nurtured him. Everybody right now who could afford a car would have a car very peacefully. There will be taxes rolling in. There will be export and potential for the cars, the automobiles that he's making. His name will be on the car, his work, maybe. The white people, they had a man called Henry Ford. That man went on, even Demla. Remember Demla? In Demla Benz, yes? These are human beings. They are not angels from heaven. They are fellow human beings. If you cut their skin, you see red blood coming out. In their own land, because they are white people, they appreciate something good. They were nurtured. Today, some of you ride Ford pickup. You're having fun, but you have your own talent, your own engineer, your own God-given automobile expert. He died in regret, misery, and pain. And that is the type of country you want me to belong to? Hey, please, for goodness sake. If you want the future of your child to be like that of Ezekiel's work, then all well and good. The ability to live as free men and women in a land where the struggles of this world can flourish and thrive is what we are pursuing. In Biafra land, every talent. You know, in the zoo, it's only their children of politicians, it's only their child that is good enough for anything, for scholarship, for everything. How many times have they set up any kind of competition? Let's say science competition, to say the best science students will get scholarship to MIT. They will never do it. Is it that they don't have the money? Of course the money is there. They are using it to go and buy mansions in Dubai. Is that the type of country you want? Is that the type of people you want us to respect? Huh? My goodness. This is the type of country that Facebook is supporting. Facebook wants the whole Nigeria to continue, so that the suffering can continue. They are the real racists. These are the real people. Black people must reason. The likes of Trump telling you the truth, they are the ones that love you. Black people, we want people to massage our ego, even when we are failing. Someone say, oh, you're doing very well. Oh, black and proud. You're very black and beautiful. All rubbish. Pure rubbish. It's not true. It's not true. And the next is not true. Ezekiel's dog is dead. If had the US government frustrated Henry Ford the same way that Nigeria frustrated Ezekiel's dog because it's a Biafran, the history of mass production of automobile would have been different. White people nurture creativity. Black people, they kill it. I don't know where they get that. There is this wicked envy in a black man. There is this, I don't know, abundance of jealousy in a black man. Rather than promote a fellow black person who is doing very well, they prefer to kill that very person, and then go and do boy to a white person. Somebody said they are doing it to develop kilishi. They are doing kilishi. Oh dear me, Zoom. People think that we just woke up one morning and decided to hate Nigeria. They don't like Nigeria. They are trying to bring the nation down. And I'm asking you a very simple question. Which other people in this world will have somebody like Ezekiel's work and allow him to die like this without fulfilling his potential? So now his death is gone back to his maker. The God that brought him to bring automobile to black people in Africa, how do you think that God will feel now? The God that brought it, God said, I have given talent to every nation. To you black people in Africa, I'm giving you Ezekiel's work. Take him, nurture him, let him build cars for you. Some of you are saying, oh, I'm trekking too much. My mother is trekking in the village. I'm struggling. How do I get a car? But God gave you somebody who is a car maker by nature. What did you do to him? What did you people do to the person that the Africans, Africa's version of Henry Ford? What did you do to him? Because he's a Biafran. Because an Igbo man. And you want me to love Nigeria, to support Nigeria. Do you see how foolish you sound? All of you talking about this, I saw some idiots there talking nonsense about Nigeria. Are you not ashamed of yourselves? Where is Ezekiel's work today? Where is he? Where is he? Nowhere to be found. And please don't say nothing. He doesn't assemble cars. He assembles the parts of the cars. His work fabricates the parts of the cars that he built. The car that he built, he fabricated them. So there's a difference from car assembly to car maker. A car maker is not somebody who owns an assembly plant, no. He fabricated all the materials that he used. For your information, there is something satanic in the brain of certain, I will not say all, certain black people. Satan dwells in them. Satan dwells in them. And it's a good thing that they can't see Biafra, of course. They know they can't. So those of you who accuse me of promoting white supremacist agenda, you can now understand how foolish you sound and how foolish you are, because I weep for your ignorance. To a typical black man, truth is always very bitter to swallow. I am delighted because this very evening, my voice is being heard across every major part of the world, including Efik and Ekom lands, and into Amazonia, so they understand who their brothers are. Because I foresee in the future that Amazonia and Biafra will go into some kind of an alliance and federation, because we are the same people. The gospel of truth must be preached regardless of who gets upset or who gets wound up in the process. So they're irrelevant to us. Absolutely irrelevant to us. Because the truth must be preached at all times. Ezekiel, his work, is dead. What was the name of his car again? Z600 it was called. The name of the car that he manufactured. Z600. Very, very sad indeed. He is Africa's foremost car inventor and manufacturer. Manufacturer, I didn't say assembly plant, no. Manufacturer. There's a difference. Unbelievable. And people are running all over the place and talking nonsense about this view, Nigeria, our country, our place. And I said to them, you talking about some stupid president. How many times have you seen him? How many times have you seen your so-called president? I said, how many times have you seen him? How many times has he addressed you live? COVID-19 is ravaging the whole world. How many times has he come out live to preach, to speak, to talk to you? None. That means there is nobody there. But you are blinded by ignorance and the damnation from Satan that you cannot see. You are blind, you cannot see. Zoo animals. You cannot reason, you cannot see. The same garbage every blessed day. Who would want their daughter to enroll in an army where Boko Haram recruits are the officers? I ask you, because there is a Yoruba girl that was killed in the military barracks, killed. You see, there is something I don't understand about black people in this country, especially people in the zoo, Nigeria. How do you people actually, there's something called rationalization, the process of reasoning, being able to chew through ideas and come out with something that is sensible or something meaningful. Boko Haram is against women going to school. Boko Haram is against women becoming teachers and doctors and nurses, and even talk less of being a helicopter pilot. And in that same environment, these Boko Haram people are being recruited into the army, where you have a young Yoruba girl, a helicopter pilot. I want you to understand this very clearly. Look at how we people reason. The same, why is it that Boko Haram and ISWAP, why are they fighting? They want Islamic rule. And in Islam, in their own version of Islam, so to speak, are women allowed to become helicopter pilots? The answer is no. Then why are you recruiting Boko Haram into the army where you have female pilots and female officers? Simple question. Can you answer it? No, of course you can't. You're a zoo animal. Nigeria. What do you know? Your brains are empty. What is wrong with you people that common sense eludes you Nigerians? Nigerians, you people cannot reason. You can't. Oh my goodness. Why can't you people reason by understanding that only Biafra can set all of you free? Do you think we are doing what we are doing just for ourselves? We want everybody to be free. Absolutely everybody. Not just Biafrans. We want to set everybody free. Up to and even including Janjaweed. We want people to be free. You cannot become free unless the zoo is down, unless Nigeria ceases to exist. As long as Nigeria, that's the proper pronunciation, not Nigeria is the Nigeria, it sounds a bit, okay. The proper name is Nigeria. If you go to Germany, give anybody in Germany, give a German your passport and say, please, where do you think I come from? He will call you Nigeria. You're Nigerian. A nigger from a nigger area. That is who you are. Double nigger. That's who you are. That's why you have in the original pronunciation you have double G. In the original spelling, double G, double nigger from a nigger area. A Yoruba girl was killed. We will talk about this thing now, and it will become a social media phenomenon for a few days, and after that we all forget. Typical black people, that's how we are. After a few days we all forget. We all forget. The death of Tolupe Arotile was not an accident. She was murdered. She was killed. An army officer, Yoruba girl, as a mathematician. That in any other place in the world, she will be somewhere receiving government grant and, trying to find solution to the power shortage. She is a mathematician. Everything in life is mathematics, if you know that. But that will be a topic for another day. She was killed because of her audacity to conduct successful combat missions against Boko Haram. I've told you before, they believe in their own warped kind of Islam, that if you're killed by a woman, you cannot meet 72 virgins in heaven. You cannot go to heaven. If you're a man and you're killed by a woman, your life is, in fact, you will spend eternity in poverty. Here you have a Yoruba girl recruited into the army to fight terrorists and bandits. Instead, she was killed in the barracks by those who are sympathetic to the ideals and ideas and philosophy and mindset of terrorists. I want people to understand it and digest it very well. She was killed. This Yoruba girl was murdered because she had the audacity to go into an aircraft to be unleashing bombs on men. That's why they killed her. Do you understand? Are you still a proud Nigerian? Are you still proud of Nigeria? She wasn't killed in the battlefield. No, not at all. She was killed in the barracks. Do you know what that means? You people, I feel sorry. I don't know what is wrong with black people. Why can't we reason? You have a Boko Haram, you have a terrorist group with a very warped mindset about the position of women in a society, and you're recruiting those people into the army. And in that army that you're recruiting these terrorists into, you have women who are serving. And you're telling me that people are sensible, that they're reasonable? Is that what you're telling me? She's dead. All they will do, maybe they'll give the parents her salary for 2 months, probably around 80,000 naira, less than 200 pounds. They'll give that to the family. People will say, oh, we are sorry, we are going to investigate all these things, and nobody does nothing. It's over. She's dead. All the money, even the salary they have paid her is not enough to cover her school fees at secondary school level. So the parents gave birth to this girl, trained her. She's a mathematician, very, very bright and intelligent, and her life just ended like that. I know she signed up as a soldier. She may die in combat, yes, but not to be killed in the barracks. That's what happened to her. Go and tell her parents about one Nigeria and see what they will do to you. This is the zoo. In a country, the people she's fighting, their comrades are her fellow officers in the army. Do you understand? Because you're serving alongside the so-called repentant Boko Haram, and you're going out and you're killing their comrades, and you think they'll be happy? Of course not. They'll kill you. And that's what they have done. They've killed her. And the zoo, as usual, what will happen? Nothing. They will say there's an inquiry. We'll stop an inquiry. We are going to get to the bottom of this, and nothing happened. Nothing will ever happen. Absolutely nothing will happen. That is how the zoo operates. And that is why we hate them with a passion. And as this evil is happening every blessed day, that is one thing about Nigeria that I don't understand. God created human beings to have brain, to be able to reason. And I keep every day as I wake up, when I see the behavior of black people, I keep asking myself, is it, God, are you sure that there was no mistake somewhere? Your God doesn't make mistakes, you know that. But are you sure that something didn't go wrong somewhere? Do you know that this situation of insecurity in the zoo is so bad that today explosion killed 7 children. I want to be factually correct. absolutely correct. It was reported yesterday. It happened yesterday. Explosion killed 7 children. If this thing were to happen anywhere else in the world apart from the zoo, believe you me, CNN, everybody, Al Jazeera would be everywhere. That is why I want to let people understand about who really hates you and who loves you. They won't talk about this news because they are benefiting from the corruption that Nigeria is. Nigeria, the corruption that Nigeria, 7 children killed. It is not international news. Who killed them, you would ask. Who killed 7 children? An improvised explosive device. You see, when the dead Buhari was alive, they were plotting all these things to how to take over other areas. They never learned when an army from the north came to Biafra land to take Biafra land 300 years ago, and what happened to them. You see, they forgot one thing. They thought that the loss of Biafra between 67 and 70 somehow was a signal that they can go on and take over the whole of Biafra land. But you see, I am saying this to the feudal lords, the Janjaweed, those who control the Fulani Caliphate. This is something they don't know. There is something very special about Biafra. God may punish us with you or with Britain as he did before you came, so that we can return back to him. Not that so you can come to occupy our land. The more you have this design in your brain to take over the whole of the South, to take Yoruba land, to take Biafra land, and bring in every Janjaweed in West Africa to come and reside in, the more you lose your own land. That's what is happening to you. You have come to kill other people, but there are those you left behind who are now killing your own children. It's happening in Katsina, the state where the dead Buhari, I said dead, late dead Buhari comes from. Any idiot telling you otherwise is deceiving you. They know Buhari is dead. They're all covering it out of shame. So they will not say, oh, Nnamdi Kanu was right. That's all. That is all. They know Buhari. Everybody. Who doesn't know that? That the mass murderer is dead. Today, 7 children are dead in his own town. And you're telling me that the old Buhari will be there and he will not say anything? 7 children killed in his own hometown. You people are truly daft. You Nigerians, you niggers from the zoo, you are truly daft. Daft beyond recognition. Daft. 7 children are dead. And Nigeria, let's make it better. The people are dying every day. The young pilot is dead. Helicopter is dead. Your soldiers are being slaughtered in Boko Haram territories. Bandits are ravaging you every day. Fulani terrorists, mere allies everywhere, killing you, taking over your land. And you have the temerity to wake up in the market and we will fix it if we restructure it, if we do this, if we are governors. You people are, you have abandoned the real issue. There is a thing where I come from, in the village. You abandon the main problem itself, which is that as long as the zoo Nigeria remains one, you will die. You will perish. You will die. Your children will die. Your fathers will die. Your mothers will die. Your uncles will die. And nothing will be done about it. The sooner you realize that, the better for everybody. And then you work towards dismantling it. 7 children dead. Arotile, dead. His uncle, dead. In the zoo. Nobody is reaching their potential. Only looters and criminals. Only criminals in political office. Only them attain the height of their profession. Every other person is suffering. And you wake up in the morning and you go to the television station and Nigeria, I believe in multi-diversity, in multiculturalism, talking garbage and trash that you don't know about. That's how foolish some of you are. How daft some of you are. And you claim you went to school. What sort of school is that you went to? What sort of school? 7 children are dead. It doesn't touch you. It doesn't affect you because they're not your children. You don't care. That is that wickedness in a black man that is keeping Africa in perpetual poverty. There is this wickedness in a black man. Wickedness and evil. Evil. 7 children dead. Children, not adolescents, not teenagers, children dead. You're not moved, you're a black man or black woman, you're not touched. How evil can you people get? How horrible. If you don't destroy Nigeria, Nigeria will destroy all of you. Let me tell everything I tell you, write it down and the date down. Every prophecy I gave is accurate 100%. Nigeria will kill all of you. You watch and see. The idea is fooling yourselves around. Allow that primordial, destructive instinct in a black man, envy, greed, and jealousy to destroy all of you. In the zoo, it will swallow you. This is the hard man. When Buhari was alive, because he's the hard man, he's a general. Look at insecurity in his own compound. 7 children killed. And some of you cannot reason very well. Because to you, the little envy inside you is more important than you express it. It's more important for you to express your envious nature than to fight the evil that is in front of you. Hopeless people everywhere. Is that over? That's in Katsina. Let us go to Kanu. State by state, in the zoo. What is happening in Kanu? Bandits stormed the home in Kanu of a lawmaker, and the 17-year-old daughter is gone. Do you think he's going to see the daughter again? He's in Kanu. They are the one Nigeria people. Let's have one Nigeria. They don't know that if you have an Arewa nation or a Hausa people are big enough to be a nation of their own, do you think this nonsense will happen? Of course not. Of course not. Because you've allowed everybody to pick up AK-47. Nobody's complaining, oh no. But watch the day now that IPOB will come out to defend our land. You will see them, their mouth will start running like a broken tap. You say in the north, 17-year-old girl gone from the home of a lawmaker. I still want Nigeria, yes? You love Nigeria, don't you? The girl is gone, never to come back. Like Leah, they're gone, she's gone. She gave birth to offspring of terrorists for the rest of her life. 17 years. She's too old. By this time next year, she will give birth to the first child. You love one Nigeria, don't you? Do you see how foolish all of you are? Do you see how daft all of you are? One Nigerian is. How foolish you are. One day they come and take your own child, and all you can say is, "Hey, it's bad. Do something now. Reshuffle the defense chiefs." Talking garbage, as always, garbage. But your child is gone. That is the thing about that's the big difference between white people and black people. Whites will sit down, analyze. They will not bother with the symptoms. They go to the root of the problem and they will solve it. But in this you're black. Hey, it's bad. Nothing person no go see for this country, and that's the end of it. And they are gone. Back to their gossipy old ways. Gossipy old ways. Useless set of people. Sometimes I ask God why he created black people. I'm telling you, well, useless and hopeless. You don't reason. Little girls blown to bits, dead. In neighboring Kanu State, a girl in her father's house, a little girl, 17 years old, in her father's house, Fulani, Miyet Yala came there and kidnapped her. And some of you wake up to open your useless thinking mouth to say Nigeria, one Nigeria, we want Nigeria as a country. You are useless. Useless beyond redemption. I feel for the family and I feel for the little girl. I feel for them, honestly speaking. It's very, 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 very sad. And I don't know people that wake up in the morning to talk about Nigeria. What type of God made you people? If you come out and say, I believe in Nigeria, I'm asking you, what type of Satan, not God, what type of Satan created you? Another news is coming. Somebody said, not me, no, what I'm telling you is what zoo newspapers are reporting, not me. Patriotic soldiers are being killed off by their own colleagues in the north. Who are those their colleagues? Are they not the Boko Haram that you brought into the army? Do you see how foolish Nigerians and Nigeria, all of you, do you see how useless you are? I want to prove it, how useless you are. Your soldiers are fighting those you claim are terrorists, of course, financed by Fulani people. It was Buhari and his group when he was alive that started Boko Haram. They didn't fall from heaven. He said an attack against Boko Haram is an attack against the North. It is the truth. They've gone and they've removed it from search engines, but it's the truth. We still have the picture, the headline from this day newspaper. You went, they sent you, deployed you to Maiduguri to go and fight Boko Haram, and you went into battle with them. You killed some, they killed some of you. You captured some of them as prisoners of war. And instead of actually dealing with them or holding them until the war is over, you now release them prematurely and recruit them into the army. They now join you to go and fight their colleagues. Are you mad? Do you see how foolish Nigeria is? Are you sick in the brain? That is why this soldier is saying that those of us who are patriotic, we are being killed by our fellow soldiers in the army. Do you see how the zoo rolls? Do you see how the zoo rolls? Do you see how they roll? I will read it for you so you will know. My fellow soldiers shot me on the battlefield for killing Boko Haram fighters. A soldier is reporting. A former Nigerian soldier has alleged that he was shot by his fellow soldiers on the battlefield for killing too many Boko Haram fighters. That is your country? Hey, we want restructuring. We want to reshuffle. We need a new security architecture. People talking rubbish. Talking nonsense every day on their useless TV stations. Rubbish every morning and evening. That is what they do. They never ever address the issues. Why are you recruiting terrorists into the army? Nobody can answer that. Nobody can. They've been saying they can be president if they want to be. That is how they are. Zoo for you. Zoological Republic. Because when you see a black person and you feel that they are reasonable and they're educated, they are polished, they're enlightened, as soon as you begin to engage them in a conversation, you become disappointed. You notice how empty and vacuous they are. Black people, there is something wrong with a lot of them. Something fundamentally wrong with their reasoning process. I'm telling you the truth. And as this whole nonsense is going on, the colonization agenda is gathering momentum. It doesn't matter how much they loot. It doesn't matter how much they steal from you. Their agenda is still going on. The agenda is still going on in the zoo. Zoo animals. The agenda is still on. And what is the agenda? I'm going to please publish the list of all retired, those who have retired a few days ago. 90% of them are Southerners. Those of them that voted for APC from the West, this is your handiwork. Well done. They are retired, many of them. Major General Ude, Ilo, Ijoma, Ejimai, Akem, Atewe, Wiwa, Ali, Kole Osom, Aliyu, Agati, Okonkwo. These are Brigadier General Okonkwo retired, Brigadier General Ogiri retired, all retired from the army. They are preparing for complete takeover and onslaught. We know about all these things, but what are we doing about it? The zoo is there. Zoological Republic is still there. You will see people that let's say our nation in 2023, who is going to be president? And I wonder what type of planet these people are inhabiting. Look at your zoo. All your generals are being retired from the army. All of them. Look at the list. Please, Makatra, and publish it. The list is here for all to see. Everybody. Nicholas Achilles. That was the Dasuki's ADC. Colonel retired. All of them. Oh, very, very sad indeed. These are people that spent decades deceiving everybody, that Biafra is a bad thing, Igbo man is out to dominate everybody. Today, they are not only dominating you, they are also killing you on top of it. That is Fulani for you. They spent years deceiving all of you. Then there, Niger Delta, South, Midwest, Upper West, Middle Belt, gerrymandering and cutting people up into pieces, whereas they are busy planning. Every day they are planning. Every how to take you over. And those of us, I will say those of us from the South, because that's the development I'll talk about that later on. Those of us from the South, always messing about and, of course, allowing our envious nature to get the best part of us. Here it is now. Who is going to save you? This Fulani presidency they have, as somebody said, they have serially, deceitfully, and masterfully completed the configuration of the entire zoo security structure. They have now placed it firmly in the hands of northern Muslims, Fulani alone, to the exclusion of every other ethnic bloc in Nigeria. Yes, people that went to school cannot see this as a problem. They don't see it as a problem. That's how sad they are. Now let me tell you something that you don't know. Can you imagine this being Jonathan's administration? Hey, by now, every Biafran in the north would have been beheaded by now. Let me call them out for you so you know. Those who are responsible for the mess in the zoo and why they place their men in all key positions.